Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, March 28th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's joining us this morning with a look at our forecast.
Yeah, it's not too bad this morning. Our temperatures are mainly in the 40s, so it doesn't feel too bad outside. We're seeing temperatures currently around 48 as we head later into the morning, though. We are looking at those numbers starting to rise across the state. We're talking temperatures mainly in the 40s, not much variation across the state. But as we head into the afternoon, that's when we start to have that warm up. Temperatures will be close to average, or highs will be in the mid to upper 50s, right around where we typically are. We'll have a good mix of sunshine and clouds. We'll stay nice and dry over the next couple days, but as we head into the weekend, we get ready for the next weather maker, leading to the chance for showers. I'll break down the timing of the rain coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, it is picture perfect as we look at our map here this morning. We are in the green everywhere you look. In a city in crisis this morning, the community will be holding a vigil to remember a Baltimore boxer killed in last week's mass shooting in West Baltimore. 33-year-old Ernest Hall is a former Olympic boxer and owned a boxing gym in Mount Vernon. Those closest to him tell Fox 45 News he will be deeply missed.
To light up a room, wouldn't say a bad word about anyone. It's a cliche when people pass away, everyone says, you know, all good things. He was this, he was that, but Ernie was actually... he was a gem for the city of Baltimore.
Hall is one of at least 61 people killed in the city of Baltimore this year. Leaders in City Hall say that crime plans are working because that number is down from this time last year. In about 30 minutes, Taylor Stewart will have more on the latest crime numbers. Former Governor Larry Hogan is calling on lawmakers in Annapolis to do more about the violent crime. In a tweet citing Fox 45 News reporting, the governor says with 2 weeks left in the legislative session, Marylanders and city residents want lawmakers to focus on crime. Several major crime-fighting bills are stuck in committee right now. One bill, backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, would increase penalties for some gun crimes from 3 years to 5 years. Another would increase the reward for information leading to the arrest of a suspect in a crime to $50,000. And the Violent Firearms Offender Act would impose stricter penalties for repeat violent offenders. And it's the same bill that former Governor Hogan introduced multiple times, but it failed to pass. Continuing coverage now this morning, Congressman Kwesi Mfume is joining Baltimore legislators and city council members, urging feds to halt a shipment of toxic wastewater from Ohio's derailment bound for Baltimore. As Rebecca Pryor reports, there is bipartisan support for these efforts.
Good morning.
From state lawmakers proposing emergency legislation.
If I have to stand in front of the train to stop it, I'll do it. We need to eliminate this before it happens.
To city leaders introducing a last-minute resolution.
There have already been too many concerns about the quality of water in Baltimore.
It's going up now.
There's growing pushback against plans to have wastewater from the East Palestine train derailment site treated in Baltimore.
The Chesapeake Bay is at a tipping point, and we cannot afford the risk of further contamination.
On Wednesday, the Department of Public Works says it was notified by a private facility that they had been selected as one of the many sites across the country to treat, then release a portion of the contaminated water. The private facility, Clean Harbors Environmental, said they'd be taking on an estimated 675,000 gallons of contaminated water in total. After treatment, they plan to flush the water directly into the city's sewer lines, where it would then make its way to the troubled Back River treatment plant for processing. But now Mayor Brandon Scott thinks he's found a way to block the water from entering Baltimore. After further legal review, the city sent Clean Harbors this letter Monday, denying their request to discharge the water into the city's sewer system. In a statement, Mayor Scott writing, quote, Clean Harbors has facilities across the country that may be better positioned to dispose of the treated wastewater, and we urge them to explore those alternatives.
There is a long history and track record of mishaps happening at this plant.
Councilman Z. Cohen echoing the mayor's remarks, arguing the plant isn't stable enough to take on any additional risks. About a year ago, the state was forced to take control of the plant following several permit violations. Then last June, a 239-page report from the Maryland Environmental Service outlined operational, mechanical, staffing, and oversight failures, including pictures showing sludge in areas around the plant and pages worth of broken or partially functioning equipment. And just 2 weeks ago, an explosion rocking the facility and further shaking the confidence of city leaders.
Now is simply not the time for toxic water to be brought. Even if it goes through Clean Harbors and is mitigated there, we do not want it at Back River.
Now, to clarify, this is a federally granted contract, so the city can't stop Clean Harbor from treating this water in Baltimore. However, once this water is treated, the city has declared that that water can no longer be discharged into the city's system. In Baltimore City, Rebecca Pryor, Fox 45 News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. Fox 45 News has covered a series of issues plaguing DPW and its facilities. In addition to the Back River plant on the top right, it was just last week that we obtained a letter from the state outlining DPW failing to provide adequate notice of E. coli in the water over Labor Day weekend. Now, on the bottom left, we've helped residents overcome inaccurate water bills, some totaling in the thousands. Bottom right there, recycling and garbage pickup remaining at reduced frequencies that began during the pandemic. We will continue to report on your behalf. Lamar Jackson speaks out on social media, and he says he wants out of Baltimore. Just ahead, what this means moving forward for the Ravens. And expect drier conditions today. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax has a look at when we should expect the next weather maker. It is 4:36 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Good Tuesday morning. We are off to a nice and pleasant start across the region. We're seeing temperatures mainly in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Not too bad for this time of year. Cleveland, the lowest spot at 35. Roanoke, 20 degrees higher at 55, and we're right in the middle in the 40s. But as we head into the afternoon, we are looking at a nice warm up, keeping us close to average. We've got even higher temperatures coming, though, this weekend. I'll let you know how high the numbers get and when to expect the next weather maker coming up in my full forecast.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. It is 4:40, and registered sex offenders living just feet from schools. Project Baltimore finds not only is it happening in Maryland, it's legal. Maryland is home to about 6,500 registered sex offenders. Under state law, those sex offenders cannot be on school property, but Project Baltimore found many of them live right across the street. In a few minutes of looking through the state registry, we found 23 convicted sex offenders just in Baltimore County, living close enough to 13 schools that they could see the school property from their homes. Our findings have many parents asking, why is this allowed?
You shouldn't have to, be in a position to put yourself within close proximity and worry about your children when someone's been convicted of something this serious.
Yes.
I just can't believe that there's not a law.
Yeah.
Well, there have been attempts to pass legislation that would restrict where a registered sex offender can live. Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, why those efforts in Maryland have failed.
Several states are working to ban transgender care, like puberty blockers, for young people. I'll tell you where this is happening next.
6 people are dead, including 3 children, in the Nashville school shooting. Just ahead, the security video showing the moment the shooter entered the school hallways. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the banking crisis. Stabilized or still on shaky ground? A former White House economic advisor joins us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. The national debate over transgender health care for youth is heating up. This after Kentucky's Democratic Governor Andy Beshear vetoed a bill that would have banned gender-affirming care for youth. Janae Bowens with the National Desk has a look at the push all across the country to limit gender change procedures for minors.
While the ban of gender change treatments for youth was just vetoed in Kentucky, a similar measure was just signed into law in Iowa and Georgia. And the list of states putting these types of bans in place is growing.
Chloe Cole made life-changing decisions at a young age.
I don't feel like I understood the ramifications that came with any of the medical decisions I was making.
She is a detransitioner who is now suing her doctors for the irreversible gender treatments she had as a child. And during an Ohio House Committee hearing, she said the functionality of her reproductive system is unknown, and she now faces long-term health issues.
I've been getting blood clots in my urine and have an inability to fully empty my bladder.
Stories like Chloe's are the reason why some lawmakers say they are pushing for state bans on transgender care, like puberty blockers for youth. Meanwhile, opponents say it's a vicious attack on innocent young people. According to the LGBTQ+ civil rights organization, the Human Rights Campaign Foundation, over 24 states are considering laws or policies that would ban this type of care for youth up to age 18. 11 states, including Mississippi, Utah, South Dakota, Tennessee, Iowa, and Florida, have a ban already in place.
What's going on in Florida is, as my mother would say, close to sinful.
During a recent interview on The Daily Show, President Biden explained he was against these bans and said the federal government might take action.
They're human beings. They love, they have feelings, they have inclinations that are, I mean, it just to me is, I don't know, it's cruel. And the way we do it is we make sure we pass legislation like we passed on same-sex marriage. You mess with that, you're breaking the law, and you're going to be held accountable.
But with detransitioners like Chloe speaking out,
I have irreversible changes, and I may face complications for the rest of my life.
And so many states looking to ban this type of care for young people, federal protections seem like a non-starter.
Just last week in Missouri, Attorney General Andrew Bailey issued an emergency measure that stops gender transition procedures for minors unless certain requirements are met. Now, this includes telling patients about the FDA warning that certain puberty blockers can lead to brain swelling and blindness. I'm Janae Bowens for the National Desk.
All right, Janae, thank you. Moving to sports, the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson's contract saga continues. Lamar Jackson breaking his offseason silence on Twitter yesterday with a series of tweets to set the record straight from his perspective, and really just saying in part that he wants out of Baltimore. He says that he asked the Ravens for a trade on March 2nd, 1 week before they placed that non-exclusive franchise tag on him. Just ahead in our 5 o'clock hour, we are going to take a look at how many of you are reacting to Jackson's news. Well, it is 4:47 here on this Tuesday morning. We want to check back in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's got to look at our forecast to see what we can expect. Hi, Jasmine.
It's a very nice start to the morning. We're already seeing those temperatures in the upper 40s. A very gorgeous day ahead of us. Spring-like temperatures, plenty of sunshine. But by the weekend, we've got another weather maker arriving, leading to rain. Currently, we sit at 48 with nice and clear skies. Our wind chill's coming in a little lower at 45. And around the state, temperatures are mainly in the 30s, 40s, and even 50 in La Plata. Clear skies across most of the state. So again, a pleasant start. By the afternoon, you can expect temperatures near average. We're looking at the mid to upper 50s across much of the state. A perfect day for going outside and maybe gardening or going for a walk or run. Notice we'll have that mix of sunshine and clouds this afternoon. Then overnight, there is the chance for a few stray showers, possibly some of that rain reaching Annapolis and parts of the eastern shore. This clears by daybreak, and then we'll stay nice and dry for the day on Wednesday. We'll have plenty of sunshine by the afternoon with high temperatures reaching the mid to upper 50s. There's the chance again for a few stray showers overnight, but by Thursday morning, we're off to a nice and dry start, and we'll stay that way throughout the day. As we head into Friday morning, we still remain dry, but by the afternoon, our next chance for rain arrives, and that's going to continue into our Saturday. After that, we have a nice and dry start to the upcoming week, so if you have any weekend plans, Sunday looks like the best day to enjoy some time outside. This afternoon, our temperatures reach 57 with a mix of sunshine and clouds. It could be breezy at times with wind gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Then as we head into the day tomorrow, 60 and gorgeous, plenty of sunshine by the afternoon. We're looking at 53 and a little lower on Thursday, but still plenty of sunshine. Then our temperatures rise to the upper 60s on Friday. We have that chance for a few afternoon showers. Rain will continue overnight and then into Saturday. We're not looking at a washout, but it does look like the showers last through the morning. Temperatures reach the mid-70s by the afternoon, and then we're looking at a big drop in temperatures by Sunday. We'll have plenty of sunshine, but our highs reach 58, keeping us close to average. We're back to the 60s, though, on Monday with plenty of sunshine. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network. Some of our live cameras around the region pulled up right now and looking pretty great out there. Light volume, no major issues to report. Let's get a check on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. Going pretty well. Just one minor delay. It's Penn Train 403 that's presently running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. Light rail link right on time, no delays in either direction, and you'll find Metro subway link without delay between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you.
It's a complicated conundrum. China is a major economic partner and also a major threat. I'm Christine Frizzell with the wide-ranging reactions to that reality.
It is 4:54. We want to take you live to Washington, D.C. as questions arise about the economic relationship between the U.S. and China, which has been interdependent for decades. As Christine Frizzell reports, that reality is making it difficult for some top American companies to cut ties, despite China being viewed more and more as a global threat.
For nearly 2 decades, the China Development Forum was a must-attend event for U.S. companies that did business with Beijing. This year, though, heads of many U.S. companies are skipping it, following growing tensions with China, stemming in part from the country tightening ties with Russia, on display for the world to see just last week.
There's a feeling in Beijing and probably here in Washington as well that U.S.-China relationship is not going to get better in the coming years.
Still, the CEOs of companies like Pfizer and Qualcomm did attend. Apple CEO Tim Cook taking photos at the Beijing Apple Store. Indeed, more than 90% of iPhones are made in China. The company believed to support as many as 5 million jobs there. Cook telling the forum he was thrilled to be back, detailing the symbiotic relationship between Apple and China. It's a relationship that extends beyond tech to clothes and shoes and ingredients for prescription drugs. But the embrace stood in stark contrast to the mood from U.S. leaders on Capitol Hill last week.
Today, we have more than 1 billion monthly active users around the world.
That's TikTok CEO Shou Chu. His company shunned by lawmakers, calling to ban the app over national security concerns. One contributing factor here, in 2000, China had its most favored nation trade status reinstated, which many believe led to a heavier reliance on the country, not to mention the destruction of millions of American jobs.
We brought China into the WTO and gave them full access to the international trade market. Disastrous mistake. They weaponized it. They've taken our industry.
Senator Josh Hawley out with the Ending Normal Trade Relations with China Act, which would revoke China's normal trade relations status and subject imports from China to higher tariff rates, a change that could make what we buy here a lot more expensive, but one some in Washington say needs to begin as soon as possible. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Thank you, Christine. Most Americans see TikTok's ties to China as a national security threat, but one key exception is younger people. According to a new CBS poll, a majority favor a ban of the video streaming app. Let's take a look. With ages 30 to 44 in favor. Same with those between 45 and 64, while those 65 and above are the most favorable at 83%. Only 39%, though, of those between 18 and 29, or TikTok's main users, say a ban is necessary. TikTok CEO recently defending the app in front of Congress.
The bottom line is this: American data stored on American soil by an American company, overseen by American personnel. We call this initiative Project Texas.
Well, that is in reference to concerns that China can direct TikTok through its Chinese owner ByteDance to steal U.S. user data. TikTok says it's still not controlled by China. Experts say Beijing still has the ability, though, to assert power over the app. President Biden is banning U.S. government agencies from using spyware that threatens national security or surveys human rights activists. The executive order responds to stop the use of hacking tools amid reports that multiple European governments have used spyware on their citizens. Concerns are rising that both authoritarian governments and democracies can use hacking to suppress opposition or target journalists. The measure targets malicious software sold by companies that breaks into people's mobile phones with a few clicks, even without the user clicking on a malicious link. Well, hundreds of Taylor Swift fans are suing Ticketmaster, alleging fraud and price fixing. The lawsuit says this isn't just about Swift's current tour, but all concert and sporting events that Ticketmaster handles. In federal court, the group called Ticketmaster a price gouging monopoly that doesn't do enough to stop bots and scalpers from taking tickets.
I'm tired of the fees. I'm tired of not knowing what I'm paying for. I'm tired of only having one choice for tickets.
I'm here because I want to see change. I think that the business model that Ticketmaster Live Nation has is not working. It's harmful to consumers.
Well, a lawyer for the plaintiffs say victims who failed to get tickets want compensation, and Ticketmaster broken up. In January, the company apologized for its handling of Swift concert tickets, claiming a cyber attack shut down their system. Yesterday's hearing was mostly about scheduling, and this case could go on for several years.
Maryland's Attorney General set to announce a sweeping amount of indictments related to a criminal enterprise. We'll tell you about it just ahead.
And we're off to a nice and quiet start to the day, but later on this week we have our next weather maker arriving. I'll let you know the timing and impacts to your weekend coming up in my full forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, March 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly what it's going to feel like today. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax joining us right now. Good morning.
Good morning. It's going to be a gorgeous, nice spring day. Great for spending some time outside. And the good news is that the next few days are going to be like that as well. So if you can enjoy time outside today, you've got a couple more days to do that before our next weather maker arrives. This morning, it looks nice and great outside. We've got clear skies over M&T Bank Stadium, 48 for the current temperature. Another look over Towson, and notice that wind chill coming in at 45. Not too bad. You may want a light jacket as you head outside. Across the state, we're seeing temperatures in the 30s and the 40s, but these numbers are heading to the upper 50s this afternoon. Then we're looking at the low 60s tomorrow, and by Thursday, the low 50s. After that, our next weather maker arrives, bringing rain for the weekend. I'll break down the timing of the rain coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Taking a look at your Lens Solar traffic network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. No issues to report right now. In fact, the construction they were doing overnight, the Fort McHenry Tunnel, that's all cleared up too.
It's a cliche when people pass away. Everyone says, you know, all good things. He was this, he was that. But Ernie was actually, he was a gem for the city of Baltimore.
Now to a city in crisis. It's been a violent few days in Baltimore. More than a dozen people shot in just 2 days last week. 3 of them died.
One of those victims is 33-year-old Ernest Hall. He was a former Olympic boxer and owned a boxing gym in Mount Vernon.
We have team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us with how city leaders are planning to take down a violent criminal enterprise in Baltimore.
But we start with Shannon Lilly with more on a vigil that is happening today and how friends are remembering Hall. Shannon.
Well, his friends, Patrice, remember Ernest Hall as Lightning Bug Ernie. That was his boxing name, and he was very active in the sport. In fact, right here, he owned this boxing gym in Mount Vernon, where he both taught and continued to box himself. Well, this is also where friends and family will be holding his vigil tonight. And take a look at this. This is a picture of Hall right here on your screen. Friends say he could light up a room and he would not say a bad word about anyone. He also, we're hearing, had a fight lined up this past weekend, but his life was cut short. Just after midnight on Thursday morning, during a random trip to the store, Hall was fatally shot in a mass shooting in West Baltimore. Now, we spoke with his friend, sparring partner, and lawyer who says Hall called him just hours before his death, and this would be the last time they'd talk.
I spoke to him at 10 p.m. on the night of his death. He was telling me about his contract. He was telling me about the amount. A few hours later, you know, the inevitable happened. Wrong place, the wrong time. Ernie doesn't get involved in anything.
Now, we are told that Hall leaves behind 3 children, now just trying to pick up the pieces. Metro Crime Stoppers are offering an $8,000 reward for any information about the person responsible for his death. You can submit a tip by calling 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. In the meantime, that vigil is scheduled right here at the Lightning Quick Fit tonight in Mount Vernon. It'll start at 6:30. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Today's Maryland's Attorney General Anthony Brown will be joining Baltimore city leaders in announcing the takedown of a violent criminal enterprise in the city. Law enforcement says this group has operated like a business, dealing drugs and committing numerous crimes from West to South Baltimore.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with the latest on these indictments. Taylor.
That's right. We're expecting that announcement today for 33 different people for charges ranging from murder, attempted murder, conspiracy to distribute controlled drugs, weapons, firearms charges. Now, this investigation is led by Baltimore police group, the Violence Reduction Unit. Now, that strategy was touted by the mayor for this takedown. But take a look at the numbers here. Shootings and homicides in Baltimore, they're lower than last year. But a closer look, they're pretty much on par with what we've seen in the past. 36 people were killed in January of 2022, the deadliest January ever. And in 2021, 27 people were killed, about the same as this time this year. Last month, 17 people were killed, more than February 2022. But the perception of that fact for most residents is not the reality. We spoke to a woman who witnessed the shooting on her front porch this past Sunday on Bartlett Avenue.
And I have grandkids. It's not even safe for them. I have to sit outside watch them play. Just make sure nothing happened to them. And it's never been like that. And it shouldn't be like that now.
Now, this year, Baltimore began expanding the mayor's group violence reduction plan. Now, this strategy is going from West Baltimore, where this indictment is taking place, to South Baltimore. Today at 10 a.m., the AG is going to join city leaders and make this announcement on who, in fact, is facing this indictment, as 33 different people will be charged. We're live right now in the studio. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. In a tweet, former Governor Larry Hogan calling on lawmakers in Annapolis to do more about the violent crime, citing Fox 45 reporting. Now, the governor says with 2 weeks left in the legislative session, Maryland's and city residents, they want lawmakers to focus on crime.
Several major crime-fighting bills are stuck in committee. One bill, backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, would increase penalties for some gun crimes from 3 years to 5 years. Another would increase the reward for information leading to the arrest of a suspect in a crime to up to $50,000. And then there's the Violent Firearms Offender Act. That would impose stricter penalties for repeat violent offenders. It is the same bill former Governor Larry Hogan introduced multiple times before, but it always failed to pass.
Right now, a Nashville community is mourning after a targeted attack on a private elementary school leaves 6 dead.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the first look at the moments that shooting began. Megan?
That's right, guys. We have some just released surveillance video. See if we can pull that up for you here. This is from Nashville police here, showing the moment that shooter arrived at the Covenant School yesterday. That gray car that you see right there, that Honda Fit, that is the suspect's vehicle pulling into the parking lot. The shooter then blasts their way into the school through a side entrance, walks down the hallways from the first to the second floor, where police say the suspect then shot at police from a second floor window. We are hearing the shooting began at 10:13 in the morning. Just 14 minutes later, 10:27, the suspect was fatally shot by police. That shooter, now identified as a former student, 28-year-old Audrey Hale. Now, initially, Hale was described as a female. Nashville police later clarifying at a news conference that Hale was transgender. We are now learning investigators have searched Hale's home, finding detailed maps of the school and a manifesto. The attention now, though, turning to the victims and their families. We know 3 children and 3 adults were killed in this shooting. They include 9-year-olds Evelyn Dykus, Hallie Scruggs, and William Kinney, along with 61-year-old Cynthia Peak, 60-year-old Catherine Coons, and 61-year-old Mike Hill. All 3 of the adults worked at that school. The Covenant School just releasing a statement saying, in part, quote, law enforcement is conducting its investigation, and while we understand there is a lot of interest and there will be a lot of discussion about and speculation surrounding what happened, we will continue to prioritize the well-being of our community. The school goes on to say, we ask for privacy as our community grapples with this terrible tragedy for our students, parents, faculty, and staff. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. The shooting in Nashville was a topic of conversation during political commentator Armstrong Williams' Your Voice, Your Future town hall that he held last night. Panelists talking about the importance of school resource officers and a plan to try and prevent it from happening again.
Even in that moment, a school resource officer should be there. In that moment, did alarm go off and say, hey, this door is now ajar? You know, what actually occurred? And those are the steps that we take. But I know, sometimes we govern based on emotions, right? So we heard from the president immediately, we need Republicans to do this. We need Democrats to do that. When really we need to take a step back, get out of this whole political mode, Republican versus Democrat, and come up with some plans that will actually work.
Now, you can find more from Armstrong Williams, Your Voice, Your Future Town Hall, right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Cannot afford the risk of further contamination.
Baltimore has been chosen to treat toxic wastewater from last month's train derailment in Ohio, just ahead the concerns city leaders have about the toxins.
And we're getting ready for a gorgeous afternoon with temperatures in the 50s and a mix of sunshine and clouds. I'll let you know how long this nice and dry weather lasts coming up in my full forecast. Good Tuesday morning. We are off to a nice and quiet start. You may want a light jacket. Temperatures are in the 40s, but this afternoon we're looking at highs around 57, somewhat close to average. Then tomorrow we'll have a rise in those numbers, but we drop off on Thursday, only looking at the low 50s. We do have a warmer weekend ahead, but we also have rain in the forecast. I'll let you know the timing of the rain coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Years in the making and more than $100 million. After the break, an inside look at the nearly completed downtown arena.
5 students in Baltimore received a big surprise from their academy. Just ahead, how they're reacting to a life-changing opportunity. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
recipients of our full tuition scholarships for the next 4 years at McDaniel.
Oh, that's so awesome. Trending right now, 5 Baltimore City high school seniors received a big surprise. They got full tuition scholarships to attend McDaniel College. The students were selected from Mervo, Western, Poly, and Green Street Academy. The students say they are thrilled for the life-changing opportunity.
It was great. As a first-generation college student coming from a single-family household, it made college feel accessible.
The scholarships will save the students over $180,000 in tuition fees.
Well, first look at the new food and drink options inside the renovated CFG Bank Arena.
I can't wait to see. I'm headed there in a couple of weeks. As the facility inches closer to completing its upgrades, organizers say the improvements will not only be a great change for fans, but also for the entire city.
Baltimore will finally have, I argued this before, we were an A market, now we have an A building.
The arena's operators say the improved concessions, seating, and overall upgrades will allow them to book more high-profile music artists and shows, all in an effort to make Baltimore a premier entertainment destination.
Now, the work is expected to be complete April 7th. It's right around the corner, and the first artist set to perform, the boss, Bruce Springsteen.
All right, that's going to be a good time for folks heading there. It is 5:17 now. We need to get a check of our forecast and see what's in store.
Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax.
Well, it's going to feel like spring over the next few days, but we are looking at another weekend with rain in the forecast. That seems to be the common theme, but at least you get the next couple days to enjoy the weather. And we are talking rising temperatures as we move forward. Currently, we sit at 48 with nice and clear skies and a great view of the harbor in the background. Our wind chills coming in at 45. Not a bad way to start the morning. We're seeing numbers in the 40s and a few spots in the 30s across the state, but mostly clear skies. As we head into the afternoon, we're looking at a very nice forecast, a mix of sunshine and clouds and near average temperatures. The next few days stay nice and quiet, but as we head into Friday, we get ready for the next weather maker, and that could have impacts on your weekend plans, bringing rain. After that, we are still talking above average and spring-like temperatures. Notice on the satellite and radar, not too much happening around our region. There were a few showers to our south and to our north, but we'll stay nice and dry as we head into the afternoon. Temperatures reach the 50s and even the 60s in some areas. We could have a few stray showers overnight. That will primarily be for areas south, so possibly a few showers around Annapolis, Stevensville as well. This all clears out by daybreak tomorrow. We'll wake up to quiet conditions and temperatures in the 30s and 40s. Our highs reach the 50s and 60s by the afternoon with plenty of sunshine. There is another chance for spotty showers overnight, but this clears out and we're starting off with dry weather Thursday morning around 7. Later into the afternoon, expect plenty of sunshine. Temperatures, though, only in the low to mid 50s. That's below average for this time of year, but it's followed by highs in the 60s on Friday. We'll start with dry weather, but as that next weather maker arrives, our rain chances increase for the afternoon. We're talking spotty showers. Overnight is when we have a better chance for rain, and that's going to continue into Saturday morning. We dry out by the afternoon, and we'll stay dry for the rest of the weekend and into next week. High temperatures reach 57 this afternoon with a mix of sunshine and clouds. It could be a little breezy at times with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. We're looking at highs around 60 on Wednesday, again with plenty of sunshine. Sunny and 53 on Thursday. That's when we have that drop off in temperatures, but we rebound to the upper 60s by Friday. Expect scattered showers for the afternoon. That'll be followed by more rain on Saturday morning. We dry out by the afternoon and our temperatures reach the mid 70s. We'll drop to 58 on Sunday with sunshine, and then we're looking at the upper 60s on Monday. Back to you.
All right, sounds good, Jasmine. Thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and the cameras in our region right now at this early hour. Everybody moving along smoothly, no issues to report. Let's get a check on mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 operating with about a 5-minute delay for the start. The other trains of MARC are on schedule. On Light Rail Link, nothing in your way. On-time service in both directions. directions there, and Metro subway link looking good for travel between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Johns.
Thank you, Mark.
There are new details about the police chase ending in a deadly crash over the weekend. What we're learning about the 74-year-old victim and how it could be connected to another crime.
Concern from the hemp industry as a bill moves through the legislature. Just ahead, I'll tell you why some business owners feel they are being cut out of the process.
.523 and now to a city in crisis. New details about the police pursuit that ended with a deadly crash in North Baltimore over the weekend.
Investigators say the woman killed in that crash was married to the driver, and the car they were in was wanted in connection to an armed robbery in Carroll County.
Fox 45's Alexa Ashwell has our details.
Officials have identified this couple they say was involved in this pursuit as Daniel and Linda Moss of Westminster. Whether either of them was in fact involved in this armed robbery in Carroll County, police there say, remains under investigation. Multiple agencies right now involved in this case.
This armed robbery vehicle is coming towards them.
It was here on West North Avenue in Baltimore City, where investigators say late Saturday night, officers spotted a car wanted in connection to an armed robbery that had occurred the night before, 35 miles away in Westminster. The attempted traffic stop turning into a police pursuit and ending in a deadly crash. Listen as officers detail the route of the fleeing driver, now identified as Daniel Moss.
We're 83 south, coming up on Guilford.
The pursuit lasting more than 5 minutes and ending about 5 miles away in Roland Park. Investigators say it was here on Roland Avenue where the driver Moss lost control, hit a parked car, and then crashed into a tree.
We got one trap. We got one trap in the passenger seat.
Investigators say Moss's 74-year-old wife, Linda, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was killed. The incident now turning into a multi-agency investigation. The Maryland Attorney General's office investigating the pursuit and officers' actions, while Baltimore police will be heading the crash and passenger's death. and the Westminster Police Department handling the armed robbery, according to a spokesperson with the AGO.
Right now, Daniel Moss remains in the hospital. We're waiting to find out exactly what charges, if any, he will be facing. As for this police pursuit, we're told all police officers involved were wearing their body-worn cameras, and the office typically releases that footage within 14 days. Alexa Ashwell, Fox 45 News.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, a new report from the Inspector General shows the city failed to make more than $500,000 in retirement contributions to some employees and overpaid others by more than $4 million.
The city was able to get all but $1 million back. Fox 45 News spoke with the Inspector General, Isabel Cumming, about what comes next in this case.
That is what we are working very hard to try to determine. They are actively trying to get back some of the $1 million, but we have asked, the Office of the Inspector General has asked for our auditors, the Comptroller's Office, to actually do an audit of this, because we only took a small bit. There was other retro payments. This could have happened in other areas, so we really need an audit to see where this all stands.
You can find more on the Inspector General's report on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Highs will be in the 50s today. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax letting us know if we will be staying dry, though, for the rest of the week.
Contaminated water from the Ohio train derailment could be in Baltimore as soon as Thursday. We'll tell you about the latest pushback from last night's City Council meeting in a few minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Got a little bit more yard work done yesterday. Still have a little bit of dirt in the nails there.
Well, today's going to be another day to get out there, sounds like. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here with the forecast.
Good morning. That's right. If you have any yard work to do, it looks great today and tomorrow and the next day. But after that, we get ready for the next weather maker. We're starting off nice and dry and quiet around the region this morning. Temperatures range from the 30s in parts of the region to the 50s down toward Virginia. As we head into the afternoon, that's where our numbers are heading. Now on the radar, you can see a few showers starting to depart the area around New England. The rest of us are dry, and we're going to stay that way throughout the afternoon. We're waking up again to temperatures in the 30s and 40s across the state, but we're heading to the 50s this afternoon. I'll let you know what you can expect for the next few days and when the next weather maker arrives coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and our drive times at this early hour, you're looking good on the roads. You're in the green across the board. Perfect time to get up and out.
Well, in your session 2023 coverage, we're following multiple stories on the current legislative session in Annapolis.
With marijuana legalization around the corner, lawmakers are still finalizing the framework that will determine how it can be sold.
And there is bipartisan pushback against a new plan that would bring wastewater from the Ohio train derailment to Baltimore, where it will be processed and released. We have live team coverage this morning. Shannon Lilly joining us live in just a few minutes with where things stand and concerns from the hemp industry.
But we begin with Taylor Stewart with the latest on that water that could be here as soon as Thursday. Taylor, what are the latest concerns from city and state leaders?
Well, that's right. As soon as Thursday. So basically, city and state leaders are just asking the EPA and harbors to reverse course on this decision. Now, we told you on Monday that the mayor was seeking legal advice as to whether the city is required to discharge this water. He released a new statement yesterday. Listen to this. It says, Clean Harbors has facilities across the country that may be better positioned to dispose and treat the wastewater, and we're urging them to explore these alternatives. Now, unless this pushback results in a change of plans, an estimated 700,000 gallons of contaminated water is heading to the Back River plant as soon as Thursday. So that water will be treated. They would flush it directly back into the city's sewer lines.
If I have to stand in front of the train to stop it, I'll do it. We need to eliminate this before it happens.
Now is simply not the time for toxic water to be brought. Even if it goes through Clean Harbors and is mitigated there, we do not want it at Back River.
We'll have to see how this all plays out. Obviously, folks at City Council are asking them not to send this water, but as of now, Thursday is looking like the soonest date. We're live right now in the studio. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
The Baltimore City delegation also questioning the wastewater transfer. 3 members sending a letter to the Maryland Department of Environment asking for more information about this plan. Congressman Kwesi Mfume also urging the EPA to withdraw the plan. In a letter, he writes that he is concerned the contaminated water would, quote, overly burden the Back River wastewater treatment plan given its well-documented failures. He goes on to write it would be dangerous for the Baltimore area.
Now, the Back River wastewater treatment plant is not the only place where DPW has failed. A Fox 45 News investigation found DPW waited hours to properly inform the public about an E. coli water outbreak in September. Just last week, we learned the State Department of the Environment found DPW violated federal regulations about notifying the public. DPW has also faced criticism over its rolled back recycling services. The city hasn't picked up recycling on a regular basis for about a year, citing staffing constraints and equipment problems. Plus, DPW Director Jason Mitchell is stepping down. He recently delayed his resignation until June 30th after originally announcing that he would step down in April. We want to hear from you. Do you trust DPW's Back River plant to safely handle the toxic water from Ohio? So far, 98% of those who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Time is ticking for lawmakers to finalize the legal marijuana framework for Marylanders ahead of the July 1st deadline when recreational pot officially becomes legal. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Mount Vernon this morning with where things stand and some of the concerns from the hemp industry. Shannon?
Yeah, there are some big concerns from some people in the hemp industry, Tom, that they will be cut out of this entire process. And now these concerns are even more escalated because a bill establishing Maryland's legal marijuana industry is expected to move through this week.
They have 90 days essentially to set up a $2 billion industry.
I believe the cannabis industry is trying to consolidate and monopolize the market.
They're cutting us out of our industry. Why not allow the existing businesses that are already selling these products to continue to sell these products under proper regulatory authority?
Yeah, what they're talking about is what's in the hundreds of pages of legislation. It's a cap on the level of THC that can be in hemp-derived products like CBD oils and balms and Delta-8, which, unlike traditional weed, doesn't get users as high. Well, they say that cap, Tom and Patrice, will force the doors closed on their businesses.
So, Shannon, are we hearing from leaders about their concerns?
Yeah, we did ask Senate President Bill Ferguson about this, Patrice, and he says the language in the bill was written on purpose because there is a public health risk, he says, as this largely unregulated market of hemp products moves forward. Take a listen.
The default is probably less sympathetic to ongoing operations because this was never intended to be an ongoing legal product. I don't think it was ever anticipated as a product for sale at a retail establishment.
Now, meanwhile, when asked about the possibility of these small businesses being forced to close due to the regulation, Governor Moore's office issued this statement noting that the governor released $40 million to help with the upstart process for businesses, and the funding, quote, will be provided to small businesses to unleash the opportunity in communities across the state. Meanwhile, the owners that we spoke to argue that applying for a recreational pot license will likely not keep their businesses afloat if they're able to get that license at all. Once again, though, this bill is expected to move through the legislature this week, and the General Assembly session wraps up on April 10th. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
A Senate committee has 2 weeks to decide on Governor Wes Moore's pick to lead the Maryland State Police. They did not vote on Lieutenant Colonel Roland Butler during a hearing yesterday. Butler faced questions about several problems in the department as a whole, including civil rights concerns that arose while Butler was with Maryland State Police.
They need to know at the local level, whether it's the police chiefs, the county sheriffs, or the rank and file, that you've got the ear of the governor and you'll have those tough conversations with the governor.
When it comes to public safety, there is no such thing as a conversation that's too tough to have. As the superintendent of the state police, when concerns are brought to me that need to go to the governor, I will make those concerns known to the governor without hesitation.
There are also questions about the timeline of Butler's nomination. We don't know when the governor started talking with Butler about the job, and that's important because of state law, which requires a cooling off period between retirement and coming back to work to receive a pension. You can find more on the questions surrounding Roland Butler on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The community holding a vigil today to remember a Baltimore boxer. Just ahead, what police are still looking for in this case.
We're expecting drier conditions throughout the week. Just ahead, when we can expect the next weather maker to move in. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Good Tuesday morning. We're off to a nice and quiet start to the day, and we'll stay that way throughout the afternoon. Yesterday, we had a high of 63, and we're looking at a drop in that number by the afternoon. We're talking the upper 50s, but we have another warm up coming as we head into the end of the week, leading to highs in the 70s. But unfortunately, there's also rain in the forecast. I'll have a look at what you can expect coming up. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. 5:41 now, and right now, millions in Philadelphia are still not sure if it is safe to drink the water this morning.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with where things stand right now. Megan.
Here's the latest, guys. Check it out. Right now, the city says it is safe, but it will be at least until 3:30 this afternoon here. That is the deadline there, following that chemical spill at a plant upstream of the city's water intake on Friday. Many residents still feeling a little unsure. Area stores certainly seeing that uncertainty. The bottled water flying off shelves faster than it can be restocked. This map, let's take a look at this right here. This shows most of Philadelphia highlighted there. Those are the areas on high alert. Again, the concern, guys, comes after a water-based latex finishing solution spilled into a creek that feeds into the Delaware River, which serves as part of the city's water source for millions of people in Philadelphia. Although officials say it is non-toxic to humans, they are urging people to stock up on 3 days of water just in case. We are told at least 40 water tests have been conducted since the spill. So far, all have come back negative, but that chemical plume isn't expected to clear the city's water intake until tomorrow or even Thursday. There's going to have to be more tests that happen. For now, until at least, as we look again, 3:30 this afternoon, things are safe until they do another test. We'll see where we stand. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice.
Lamar Jackson speaks out on social media and says he wants out of Baltimore. Just ahead, we take a look at how you are reacting to his announcement.
Well, feeling sleep deprived is a constant battle for lots of people. Just ahead in our 6 o'clock hour, the things you need to get a better night's sleep. 5:43, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:45 and trending now, the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson. That contract saga continues.
Yes, it went off the rails. Yesterday, Jackson broke his offseason silence on Twitter with a series of tweets that 27 million people have read, saying he's going to set the record straight from his perspective.
So Jackson dropped a big bombshell in this 2 years in the making of the contract negotiations, and he said he wants out of Baltimore. Jackson asked the Ravens for a trade back on March 2nd, 1 week before they placed the non-exclusive franchise tag on him. While Jackson tweeted out the news, head coach John Harbaugh sat down with reporters at the annual NFL meeting.
We made a decision to go with Lamar Jackson 5 years ago, right? Why? Because we love him. We love him. We love the way he plays. We love his mindset, his charisma, his style, the way he's in the locker room. Everything about him, we love him. I love him personally. I love being the coach of the team that he's playing quarterback for.
So we got a lot of reaction pouring in from Ravens fan after all of that, from Harbaugh, from Jackson, him asking to be traded. We've got someone writing in saying, Complex Sports saying, Ravens fans seeing Lamar Jackson requested a trade. I think some people were surprised. Other people kind of saw it coming. You've got Annie saying, remember this whole moment, by the way. Harbaugh, Lamar's our quarterback. We won. He's not leaving us, and Lamar running out. So I think people are seeing the writing on the wall here, guys. A lot of people predicting where he would go, to Indy, Detroit, or Washington. You saw it here first, Jeff calling it out there. And then people kind of just sad. I can't believe the Ravens are fumbling Lamar Jackson. Ain't no way that front office is serious. I feel like it's hard to know who to trust here, guys. You know, we're calling this breaking news. You hear Harbaugh saying that you know, he wants him back, but clearly everyone knows he requested the trade weeks ago. So it seems to be some conflicting information there. What do you think?
I think the timing of it was incredible. I mean, my goodness, you know, the timing coming out here. And this brings us back to the question of the day. Who do you blame for the breakdown negotiations over Jackson's Ravens future? Lamar Jackson himself, the team, or both? So far, it looks like 91% of voters say Lamar Jackson. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the sports tab to weigh in.
And I think all of that goes back to him not having an agent and trying to do this himself. Yep. But none of that is reflective of him as a player and what his ability is and what he can do for the team, what he has done for the team. So it would be a sad day, I think, to lose him.
I don't think he's going to get lost. I think he's going to stay here even though he doesn't want to, because there's an owner little deal going on that no one's going to sign another quarterback to a huge contract.
That's not fair to him.
And it is, but I think that they're banding together saying we're not doing that anymore, and he's going to get trapped in a position that he's not happy with.
Right, which isn't fair to him. It's going to be a bad scene because the fans are going to be like, oh, you don't want to be here. I mean, it's just not a pretty situation all the way around. Oh, well.
All right. Thank you, Megan.
All right. So now we need to move on to our forecast for the day. We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax.
Well, we are starting off very nicely this morning. Our temperatures sit at 48 and a gorgeous view of the harbor in the background. It feels just a little bit cooler with winds factored in, but overall, pretty decent around the region. We've got showers starting to clear. We had a few showers around New England and some in Virginia, but now we're nice and dry around the region. We are going to stay that way through the afternoon. Our temperatures are in the 40s across most of the state with mostly clear skies. As we head into the afternoon, our temperatures rise to the mid to upper 50s, and that's going to keep us pretty close to average, but we have a bigger warm up coming tomorrow. Notice as we head into the afternoon, we'll have a mix of sunshine and clouds. Then overnight, there's that chance for a few stray showers, primarily for areas south. We could have a little bit of rain around Annapolis and possibly Stevensville, Denton, Easton as well. This clears by daybreak, and we're looking at a nice and dry day on Wednesday. As we head into the afternoon, it gets warmer with highs in the upper 50s and the low 60s. Then we're looking at another chance for stray showers overnight. This clears by sunrise, and Thursday looks to be a nice and dry day, but you will notice the big change in temperatures. By the afternoon, we are only talking the low 50s. So again, 57 today, 60 tomorrow. Then we're looking at 53 and sunny on Thursday. We've got showers on Friday and Saturday, temperatures in the 70s on Saturday. We drop to the 50s on Sunday, then we're in the 60s by Monday. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and you see some of the cameras around the area. We also want to point out, though, that there is an accident, one vehicle involved northbound, not causing too many delays. Camera's not showing where it is, but it's just north of Fort McHenry Tunnel, and doesn't seem to cause any slowdowns. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit, and we have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Tuesday, Mark.
Happy Tuesday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 407 and Camden Train 843, both operating with delays, running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for the commute start. Light rail link, good to go for travel. Metro subway link, if that's your ride, nothing in your way. Looking good for travel in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Faith under fire. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. Religious hate crimes rising fast with the latest FBI data shows us.
.554 and making headlines. Several new reports indicate religious hate crimes are on the rise, but some are questioning whether those numbers are right.
The National Desk Angela Brown explains.
This morning, we went through the FBI's newly released report. It says religion-based motivated hate crimes increased by 36.7% in large cities. But that number really could be off because not every law enforcement agency reported hate crime data to the FBI. Faith under fire. The new report just released from the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism.
It's horrifying. And every time I go into these numbers, we get these numbers, we open them up, and they go, oh my God, you know, these are actual people. Data deeply disturbing. A 27% increase in religion-targeted hate crimes. The Jewish community, the most targeted. 470 hate crimes in 2022, a 28% increase. Anyone you slice it, whether you use FBI data, our data for 2021, and then you look at 2022, whether you use our data or ADL, we're talking 2 consecutive years of double-digit increases. The report says anti-Catholic hate down slightly after hitting a record the year prior. Other non-Christian faiths up 117%. Muslim hate crimes
a 16% rise. Edward Akman Mitchell, Deputy Director for CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, says the numbers may be undercounted.
Very important first step. Congress should make federal funding for local police agencies dependent on those agencies reporting hate crime data to the national FBI database.
The DOJ releasing a statement just days ago promising aggressive investigations and prosecution.
I think the American Muslim community, like many other communities, are firm and strong in our faith, and therefore we're not walking around just, terrified and afraid to live our lives. We believe in God, and we believe that God is the best protector.
The FBI says hate crimes overall increased by over 11% in 2021, with hate crimes motivated by sexual orientation increasing the most by 62% in large cities. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Anti-Semitic incidents in Virginia and Maryland spiked last year. The Anti-Defamation League recording data on harassment, vandalism, and assault. In Virginia, the number of incidents was up 50%, while in Maryland, it rose 98%. In Maryland alone, the ADL identifying more than 100 anti-Semitic incidents reported in 2022, compared to those reported fewer than 40 in 2018. In response to this report, Governor Wes Moore releasing a statement saying that hate has no home in our state. He also says he spoke with the Anti-Defamation League about possible responses to a rise in anti-Semitism and hate crime targeting all Marylanders.
Victims of SNAP fraud are being reimbursed. Governor Wes Moore announced a plan to help fraud victims. So far, the Maryland Department of Human Services has approved nearly 1,300 claims, totaling more than $760,000 in stolen funds being returned to those that need it the most. Marylanders whose benefits were stolen between October and February must complete a reimbursement form by the end of May to have their benefits replaced.
557 registered sex offenders living just feet from schools. Project Baltimore finds not only is it happening in Maryland, but if it's legal. Now, Maryland is home to about 6,500 registered sex offenders. Under state law, those sex offenders cannot be on school property, but Project Baltimore found many of them live right across the street. In a few minutes of looking through the state registry, we found 23 convicted sex offenders just in Baltimore County living close enough to 13 schools that they could see the school property from their homes. Our findings have many parents asking, why is this allowed?
You shouldn't have to, be in a position to put yourself within close proximity and worry about your children when someone's been convicted of something this serious.
Yes.
I just can't believe that there's not a law.
Yeah.
There have been attempts to pass legislation that would restrict where a registered sex offender can live. Coming up at 7:30, why those efforts in Maryland have failed. You can download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
A vigil being held tonight for a local Olympic boxer killed in a mass shooting. Just ahead, how friends are remembering him.
The takedown of a criminal enterprise group that's terrorized West Baltimore for years. We'll tell you about the latest announcement coming from the Attorney General in just a few minutes.
A targeted school shooting in Nashville leaves 3 students dead, 3 adults dead as well. Straight ahead from our live center, new video showing the moments that shooter arrived on campus.
And we're off to a mild start this morning, and it gets better by the afternoon. But later this week, rain arrives. I'll let you know what you can expect coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, March 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Your pink blazer is exactly what we need today because it's spring-like, right?
Hey, that's what I'm trying to usher in. We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. You're also leading the push.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great day. Not quite as warm as what we had yesterday, but we're going to get there. We are talking temperatures near average as we head into the afternoon. So if you have any yard work to do, if you're going for a walk or run, it looks great today. Right now, we're starting with temperatures at 45. It feels like it's 44. And now we're seeing partly cloudy skies over Towson. Across the state, our temperatures are in the 30s, 40s, and even the 60s down in La Plata, coming in at 63, but mild for most of us. As we head into the afternoon, we're looking at temperatures slowly rising into the 50s. A little later on, the upper 50s and low 60s. I'll let you know how long this nice, dry, and mild weather lasts before the next weather maker arrives coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
It's a cliche when people pass away, everyone says, you know, all good things. He was this, he was that, but Ernie was actually, he was a gem for the city of Baltimore.
Now to a city in crisis. It's been a violent few days in Baltimore. More than a dozen shot in just 2 days last week, 3 of them dying.
One of those victims is 33-year-old Ernest Hall. He was a former Olympic boxer and owned a boxing gym in Mount Vernon.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us with the latest crime numbers and how residents are reacting.
But we start with Shannon Lilly with more on the vigil that is happening today and how friends are remembering Ernest. Shannon.
Well, friends remember Ernest Hall, Patrice, as Lightning Bug Ernie. That was his name in the boxing world. He was still very active in the sport. In fact, right here just behind us, this was his boxing gym in Mount Vernon, where he both taught and continued to box himself. This is where friends will also be holding his vigil tonight. Take a look right here. This is a picture of Hall. Friends say he could light up a room and wouldn't say a bad word about anyone. He also were learning how to fight lined up this past weekend, but his life was cut short. Just after midnight on Thursday morning, during a random trip to the store, Hall was fatally shot in a mass shooting in West Baltimore. And we spoke with his friend, sparring partner, and lawyer who says Hall called him just hours before his death, and it would be the last time they'd talk.
I spoke to him at 10 p.m. on the night of his death. He was telling me about his contract. He was telling me about the amount. A few hours later, you know, the inevitable happened. Wrong place, the wrong time. Ernie doesn't get involved in anything.
Now we are told that Hall leaves behind 3 children now that are just trying to pick up the pieces. Metro Crime Stoppers are also offering an $8,000 reward for any information about the person responsible for his death. And you can submit a tip at the number at the bottom of your screen by calling 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. In the meantime, again, tonight's vigil is happening at this Lightning Quick Fit in Mount Vernon, and it is set to start at 6:30 this evening. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Happening today, Maryland's Attorney General Anthony Brown will be joining Baltimore City leaders announcing the takedown of a violent criminal enterprise in Baltimore City. Law enforcement says this group has operated like a business, dealing drugs and committing numerous crimes from West to South Baltimore.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with the latest on these indictments. Taylor.
And there are quite a few, Patrice. We're talking about 33 different people who've been indicted. They're facing charges that range from attempted murder, conspiracy to distribute controlled substances, as well as firearms charges. Now, this was led by Baltimore's Violence Reduction Police Unit. They led this investigation. It's been touted by the mayor as successful, but it does come as the numbers are down. Take a look at the numbers we're seeing for homicides and shootings in Baltimore. It shows that 36 people were killed in January of 2022. That was the deadliest January ever. And back in 2021, though, 27 people were killed. That's about the same as this year. Last month, 17 people killed in February of 2022. This perception of the safety is not the reality for some residents. We spoke to a witness who says the shooting she saw from her front porch this past Saturday on Bartlett Avenue has her afraid to leave her grandchildren outside.
And I have grandkids. It's not even safe for them. I have to sit outside watch them play. Just make sure nothing happens to them. And it never been like that. And it shouldn't be like that now.
Now, this year, Baltimore began expanding the mayor's group violence reduction strategy. It's going from West Baltimore to South Baltimore, where this gang has been operating. Today, we're looking out for that announcement from the AG at 10 o'clock, and he'll give us more on the charges and the folks who are being implicated in this. Well, that's the latest here in Fox 45 News. Taylor Stewart.
Thank you, Taylor. Right now, Nashville community mourning after a targeted attack on a private Christian elementary school leaves 6 dead.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with a first look at the moments the shooting began. Megan.
Guys, what you're seeing behind me here, this is just released surveillance video here from Nashville police, and this is actually showing the moment that shooter arrived at the Covenant School yesterday. That gray car right there, that's a gray Honda Fit. That is the suspect there arriving into the parking lot right there. That's the shooter then blasting their way into the school through a side entrance and walks then down the hallways from the first to the second floor, where police say the suspect then shot at police from a second floor window. We are hearing the shooting began at 10:13 in the morning. It was just 14 minutes later, guys, at 10:27, that the suspect was fatally shot by police. That shooter, now identified as a former student, 28-year-old Audrey Hale. Now, initially, Hale was described as a female. Nashville police later clarifying at a news conference that Hale was transgender. We are now learning investigators have searched Hale's home, finding detailed maps of the school and a manifesto. The attention now, though, turning to the victims and their families. 3 children and 3 adults were killed in this shooting. They include 9-year-olds Evelyn Dykus, Hallie Scruggs, and William Kinney, along with 61-year-old Cynthia Peak, 60-year-old Catherine Coons, and 61-year-old Mike Hill. All 3 adults worked at that school. The Covenant School just releasing a statement right here saying in part, quote, law enforcement is conducting its investigation, and while we understand there is a lot of interest and there will be a lot of discussion about and speculation surrounding what happened, we will continue to prioritize the well-being of our community. The school system goes on to say we ask for privacy as our community grapples with this terrible tragedy for our students, parents, faculty, and staff. Now, we are following some other breaking news this morning. We want to make you aware of this coming out of Mexico. Local media there reporting, look at this, dozens are feared dead in a fire at a migrant facility in Juarez, right near the U.S. border. That's all we know right now. We're working to learn more. We'll keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
All right, thank you, Megan. The shooting in Nashville was a topic of conversation during political commentator Armstrong Williams' Your Voice, Your Future town hall held just last night. Panelists talking about the importance of school resource officers and a plan to try and prevent it from ever happening again.
Even in that moment, a school resource officer should be there. In that moment, did alarm go off and say, hey, this door is now ajar? You know, what actually occurred? And those are the steps that we take. But I know, sometimes we govern based on emotions, right? So we heard from the president immediately, we need Republicans to do this. We need Democrats to do that. When really we need to take a step back, get out of this whole political mode, Republican versus Democrat, and come up with some plans that will actually work.
You can find more from Armstrong Williams' Your Voice, Your Future town hall right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The city says no to toxic water from the Ohio derailment, but that is just the beginning of the fight. Why that wastewater is still expected in the Baltimore area.
Years in the making and more than $100 million spent. Still ahead, an inside look, the nearly completed CFG Bank Arena.
And we'll have nice spring-like temperatures this afternoon with highs in the mid to upper 50s. We'll get even warmer, though, this weekend. I'll let you know how high the numbers get coming up in my full forecast.
6:11 and a first look inside the new food and drink options they have in the renovated CFG Bank Arena.
As the facility inches closer to completing its upgrades, organizers say the improvements will not only be a great change for fans, but also for the entire city.
Baltimore will finally have, I argued this before, we were an A market, now we have an A building.
The arena's operators say the improved concessions, seating, and overall upgrades will allow them to book more high-profile music artists and shows, all in an effort to make Baltimore a premier entertainment destination.
Traditional American values taking a nosedive, according to a new poll. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington with that story straight ahead.
5 students in Baltimore receiving a big surprise from their academy just ahead. How they're reacting to life-changing opportunities. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Theirs.
6:15, developing now. New data suggests the values of young Americans have shifted noticeably in recent years.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the latest.
Traditional American values nosediving. A Wall Street Journal North poll shows Americans place much less importance on things like having children, community involvement, religion, and hard work than they did even 4 years ago. Towson Professor Emeritus Richard Vatt says he sees a change on campus.
People are generally becoming pessimistic. I can feel it all around me.
The values of young Americans looking much different than their parents and grandparents. Just 23% of those 18 to 29 years old value patriotism. The stat jumps to 59% when talking to those over 65.
Get back to, everybody appreciating the American idea. This is a very unique place in the history of the world where no matter who you are, you have the quality of opportunity. You can pursue happiness. You can pursue your dreams.
Stark differences in priorities also appearing along party lines. 53% of Republicans say religion is very important to them, compared with just 27% of Democrats. The poll also shows Americans growing much less tolerant. 4 years ago, when the same questions were asked, 80% of Americans considered tolerance to be very important. Now, That number plummets to 58%. The only priority increasing in importance for Americans? Money. Professor Vatz says these changes in values start at the top.
It's very hard to find a leader today who wins over a large portion of the population. There's poor leadership everywhere, and particularly in the presidency.
Republican Senator Josh Hawley responding to the new data on Twitter, claiming, quote, "This is the greatest challenge our nation faces, the loss of our common culture and principles and beliefs that bind us together."
A political scientist involved in the poll says Americans are, quote, "down on everything about the country, perhaps because of the struggling economy." In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
The recipients of our full tuition scholarships for the next 4 years at McDaniel.
Oh, that's very exciting. 5 Baltimore City high school seniors received a big surprise, full tuition scholarships to attend McDaniel College. The students were selected from Mervo, Western, Poly, and Green Street Academy. The students say they are thrilled for the life-changing opportunity.
It was great. As a first-generation college student coming from a single-family household, it made college feel accessible.
The scholarships will save the students over $180,000 over 4 years.
That's incredible. What a great story right there. And let's keep it going. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax joining us right now talking about how great the weather is.
Yes, it is so nice. We've got temperatures 50s, 60s next few days, and then once again, we have another weekend when we're starting with rain, but we will end on a nice and dry note. This morning, it's gorgeous outside. Here's a look over Towson, and we're starting to see the sunrise. Beautiful colors in the background. Temperatures sit at 45. We've got partly cloudy skies in some areas, 44 for that wind chill. We're nice and dry around the region. Those showers toward New England are starting to dissipate, will remain dry throughout the day. Temperatures are starting off in the 40s across much of the state with a few spots in the 30s. As we head into the afternoon, we're looking at highs around 57, close to average. Then we jump to 60 for Wednesday. After that, you'll notice a drop in our temperatures on Thursday. Highs will be around 53. The big warm up does follow. As we head into the afternoon, we'll have a mix of sunshine and clouds as our temperatures rise to the 50s. Then overnight, we could see a few stray showers. These will primarily be for parts of the eastern shore and southern Maryland. This all clears by daybreak, and we're looking at a nice and dry day on Wednesday. Clouds will clear, and by the afternoon, expect plenty of sunshine. Overnight, we could have a few more stray showers. By sunrise on Thursday, though, we're back to nice and dry weather, and it looks quiet for your commute. We'll stay dry throughout the afternoon as we have plenty of sunshine. We'll stay dry overnight and into Friday morning, but by the afternoon, we have the next chance for a few showers. That rain will continue overnight and then into Saturday morning. By the afternoon, it looks like we'll stay mostly dry. And heading into next week, we start with that dry weather as well. By the afternoon, temperatures reach 57 with a mix of sunshine and clouds. It could be a little breezy with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Then as we head into the day tomorrow, a little quieter and warmer. Our high temperatures reach 60, 53 and below average on Thursday, but we'll have plenty of sunshine. That's followed by the next weather maker. Highs reach the mid to upper 60s by the afternoon, and we will have that chance for showers. Rain continues overnight and leads us into Saturday morning. We dry out by the afternoon with highs around 75. Then we're looking at the 50s on Sunday with plenty of sunshine. We jump back to the 60s by Monday. Back to you.
Looking at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network now, we are getting reports of an incident in Hereford. This is on 83 southbound between Mount Carmel Road and Belfast Road. You see the camera showing cars are moving through the area, but they're slow. You can see all the lights there, so just be mindful of that if you head that way for your morning commute. Taking a live look now from the Lynn Stoller Mobile Track, and that is a wide open road on the inner loop heading east toward Towson. Cars moving right along there. Let's get a check of mass transit now. Mark Jones with the EMTA is here. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. On the BART train system, we've got Camden train 845 and also Brunswick train 872 operating with 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains of BART are on time for travel. Light rail link starting the commute on time in both directions, and you'll find Metro Subway link operating without delay in both directions of that service for your travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Marylanders voted to legalize recreational marijuana, but the state has yet to take action. The future of two big money industries remains in the balance as the clock ticks down on session 2023.
Oh, rest easy this week and beyond. Next in today's Consumer Report, the simple steps to follow to get better sleep. 6:21 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all awake, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, for lots of people, feeling sleep deprived is a constant battle.
How are you feeling this morning?
Should I pick up my coffee cup?
He just threw something under the table. Well, help could be on the way thanks to Consumer Reports. They've got some expert advice for you for getting a better night's sleep, along with honest answers on which sleep products are actually worth the money. There is an endless array of products promising a good night's sleep, but according to Consumer Reports, someone's dream sleep setup could be someone else's nightmare.
So for starters, you want a supportive mattress and a pillow. Those are a must. We've also found that where you sleep, so your sleep environment, plays a big role in the quality of your sleep.
Some people need complete silence, while others prefer steady background noise.
If you have a fan, you can reap some of the same benefits of a white noise machine without without having to spend the extra money.
If you want to give a white noise machine a try, Consumer Reports evaluators said this Magic Team is inexpensive, easy to use, compact, and offers a variety of sounds. Another sleep splurge, a mattress topper. This linen spa mattress topper was the coolest in Consumer Reports test, but a word of advice.
Even the comfiest topper can't completely fix a mattress that needs to be replaced. So just keep that in mind before you spend any money.
Consumer Reports put hundreds of mattresses through extensive testing and found several standouts that cost under $1,000, including this inner spring from Denver Mattress. And if you prefer a firmer mattress, this Sleep on Latex both scored very well in durability tests and offered notable support for both back and side sleepers of different sizes. Consumer Reports says be sure to practice sleep hygiene before you even go to bed by avoiding caffeine in the afternoon and evening, banning electronics from the bedroom at least an hour before bedtime, and going to bed at the same time every night.
Concern from the hemp industry as a bill moves through the legislature this week. Just ahead, we'll tell you why some small business owners feel they are being cut out of the process.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it feels like it's going to be another cool start, but then a warm-up, hopefully.
I like the way that sounds. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here with the forecast.
Yeah, it's not too bad this morning, but it's going to get even better this afternoon as our temperatures reach the 50s. We're waking up to a beautiful sunrise. Temperatures sit at 45 with partly cloudy skies. Across the state, we're seeing those numbers in the 30s and in the 40s. We even have the 60s coming in from La Plata right now. But by the afternoon, we're all looking at that nice warm up as temperatures reach the upper 50s. Perfect day for gardening or any yard work that you have to do. We're talking the low 60s tomorrow and then the low 50s on Thursday. That'll be the coolest day of the week, but we've got a warm up that follows along with the next weather maker. I'll let you know when to expect our next chance for rain coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And right now we're dealing with an accident. It's 83 southbound, and it's right in Hereford. It's right between Mount Carmel and looks like Belfast Road here. Just getting some indications there. One vehicle involved. Camera's not showing anything. The issues there. It's just past this camera here, just south of this one. So if you're coming out of Philadelphia, out of Pennsylvania or Freeland, you're going to have a longer commute going down York Road. Looks to be open, and that may be better to get off there and travel down York Road for your commute. In your session 2023 coverage, we're following multiple stories on the current legislative session in Annapolis.
With marijuana legalization around the corner, lawmakers are still finalizing the framework that will determine how it can be sold.
There is bipartisan pushback against a new plan that would bring wastewater from the Ohio train derailment to Baltimore, where it will be processed and released. We have live team coverage this morning. Shan Lilly will be joining us in just a few minutes with where things stand with some concerns from the hemp industry.
But we begin with Taylor Stewart and the latest on the water that could be here as soon as Thursday. Taylor.
That's right. Before the end of this week, that contaminated water could be here. But city and state leaders are asking essentially for the EPA to reverse this decision. Now, they argue the Back River wastewater treatment plant is not where the water should be coming. The mayor actually asked on Monday for legal advice to see if the city is required to do this. Take a look at this new statement he got. Clean Harbors has facilities across the country that may be better positioned to dispose of the treated wastewater, and we urge them to explore those alternatives, as in not here at the Back River wastewater treatment facility that's had several issues. Now, unless the pushback in this results in a change of plans, an estimated 700,000 gallons of contaminated water will be coming to that plant as soon as Thursday. Now, after it's treated, it would be flushed directly back into the city's sewer lines.
If I have to stand in front of the train to stop it, I'll do it. We need to eliminate this before it happens.
Now is simply not the time for toxic water to be brought. Even if it goes through Clean Harbors and is mitigated there, we do not want it at Back River.
Again, that resolution was a bipartisan push yesterday at City Council. We'll have to see and wait and see how Safe Harbors responds, as well as the EPA. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
A Baltimore City delegation also questioning the wastewater transfer. 3 members sending a letter to the Maryland Department of Environment asking for more information about the plan. Congressman Kwesi Mfume also urging the EPA to withdraw this plan. In a letter, he writes that he is concerned the contaminated water would, quote, overly burden the Back River wastewater treatment plant, given its well-documented failures. He goes on to write that it would be dangerous for the Baltimore area.
The Back River wastewater treatment plant is not the only place where DPW has failed. A Fox 45 News investigation found DPW waited hours to properly inform the public about an E. coli water contamination. That was back in September. Just last week, we learned the State Department of the Environment found that DPW violated federal regulations about notifying the public. DPW has also faced criticism over its rolled back recycling services. The city hasn't picked up recycling on a regular basis for about a year, citing staffing constraints and equipment problems. And DPW Director Jason Mitchell is stepping down. He recently delayed his resignation until June 30th after originally announcing that he would step down in April. We want to hear from you. Do you trust DPW's Back River plant to safely handle the toxic water from Ohio? So far, 98% of you who have voted say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
6:35 now, and time is ticking for lawmakers to finalize the legal marijuana framework for Marylanders ahead of July 1st, when recreational pot officially becomes legal. Shan Lilly is joining us live this morning from Mount Vernon with where things stand and some concerns from the hemp industry. Shannon.
Yeah, there are some big concerns, Tom, for some people in the hemp industry that they will be cut out of this entire process. And now those concerns are only heightened as a bill establishing the state's legal marijuana industry is expected to move through this week.
They have 90 days essentially to set up a $2 billion industry.
I believe the cannabis industry is trying to consolidate and monopolize the market.
They're cutting us out of our industry. Why not allow the existing businesses that are already selling these products to continue to sell these products under proper regulatory authority?
Well, what they're talking about is what's in the hundreds of pages of legislation. It's a cap on the level of THC that can be in hemp-derived products like CBD oils and balms and Delta-8, which, unlike traditional weed, doesn't get users as high. Well, they say that cap, Tom and Matrice, will force the doors closed on their businesses.
So, Shannon, are leaders addressing their concerns?
Yeah, in fact, we asked Senate President Bill Ferguson about these concerns, and he actually says that the language in the bill is written on purpose. He argues that there is a public health risk in this largely unregulated market of hemp products.
The default is probably less sympathetic to ongoing operations because this was never intended to be an ongoing legal product. I don't think it was ever anticipated as a product for sale at a retail establishment.
Now, meanwhile, when asked about the possibility of these small businesses being forced to close due to the regulation, Governor Moore's office issued a statement noting the governor released $40 million to help with the upstart process for businesses, and the funding, quote, will be provided to small businesses to unleash the opportunity in communities across the state. Meanwhile, the owners that we spoke to argued that applying for a recreational pot license will likely not keep their businesses afloat if they're able to even get that license at all. So once again, this bill is expected to move through this week, and the General Assembly session wraps up on April 10th. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
A community will hold a vigil today to remember the life of a Baltimore boxer. Coming up, what police are still looking for in his case.
Temperatures will reach the mid to upper 50s this afternoon, but our next chance for rain, it's headed our way just in time for the weekend. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax tracking the system in her full Weather Authority forecast. 6:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Take a look at one road in Chambers County, Alabama from Monday morning. This is about 30 miles north of Auburn. Numerous roads were shut down due to flooding or being washed away. The entire county was under an impassable travel advisory for about 10 hours and advised to stay home or delay trips. Meanwhile, in Virginia, morning showers left behind this display of rainbow colors.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
Good Tuesday morning. As you are sending the kids off to school, we're looking at temperatures around 44 for the drop-off. Not bad. As we head into the afternoon, our temperatures start to rise to the mid to upper 50s. And by pickup, we are looking at 57 with a good mix of sunshine and clouds. We've got a couple more nice and warm days before our next weather maker arrives. I'll let you know when to expect rain coming up in my full forecast.
Thank you, Jasmine. Convicted sex offenders living next door to schools. Fox 45 News Project Baltimore team investigates why this is legal and makes parents' concerns heard.
Lamar Jackson is looking beyond Baltimore. Still ahead, the request he made when contract negotiations hit a wall. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In your morning rush, it's been a violent few days in Baltimore. More than a dozen people shot in just 2 days last week, 3 of them dying.
One of those victims is 33-year-old Ernest Hall, a former Olympic boxer that owned a boxing gym in Mount Vernon.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the vigil happening today and how friends and family are remembering it. Shannon?
Yeah, this vigil, Tom, will be happening right here at the Lightning Quick Fit in Mount Vernon, which was Ernest Hall's gym, where he both taught and he was still very active in the sport himself. Now, friends tell us that he could light up a room, but his life was cut short in a mass shooting that happened last week. He leaves behind 3 kids. So stay with us because in 15 minutes, I'm going to tell you when this vigil is happening tonight. Plus, we're going to hear from one of his friends who says he spoke with Hall just hours before his death. Now back to you.
Also happening today, Maryland's Attorney General Anthony Brown will join city leaders in announcing the takedown of a violent criminal enterprise in the city.
Taylor Stewart joining us live this morning with the latest on these indictments. Taylor?
Yeah, so the Attorney General's office is coming in today, and they're calling this a takedown of a criminal enterprise that's operated through West Baltimore to South Baltimore. 33 people are listed in this indictment. The charges range from attempted murder, controlled substance distribution, weapons, firearms, things of that nature. So today we're going to look out for this announcement. It's coming at 10 o'clock, and we'll tell you about which team is leading this investigation that's been touted by the mayor in the past. It may be a familiar name, so we'll get into that at 7 o'clock. That's the latest here at Fox 45. Back to you.
All right, 6:46 now, and we need another look at our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Jasmine Lomax here with the forecast. Beautiful sunrises from D.C. and all around Baltimore.
Oh, it's gorgeous outside. It looks like spring. Doesn't feel too bad for the morning. We're starting off in the 40s and already above average. As we head into the afternoon, we're looking at the 50s. But later this week, we're talking high temperatures reaching the 70s. Fortunately, before that happens, we have a little bit of rain later this week. Right now, we start at 45 with partly cloudy skies over Towson. And as Tom mentioned, a beautiful sunrise in the background. Feels like it's 44 with winds out of the west around 3 miles per hour. Showers are starting to clear from the region. We had a little bit of rain in New England. Now we're nice and dry, and we are going to stay that way. As we take a look across the state, temperatures are mainly in the 40s, a couple spots in the 30s, even La Plata coming in the 60s right now. But as we head into the afternoon, our temperatures reach the mid to upper 50s, keeping us close to average for this time of year. We'll have a good mix of sunshine and clouds, making for a great spring day, a great day for spending some time outside. This pattern continues over the next few days, but by the end of the week, we are looking at our next weather maker leading to rain across the state. We're also talking that big rise in temperatures. By the end of the week, highs will reach the 70s. This afternoon, expect that mix of sunshine and clouds as temperatures reach the 50s. We have the chance for a few stray showers overnight, mainly for southern parts of the state. So maybe a few showers overnight around Annapolis, along with Stevensville and even Easton. That clears. And tomorrow, by about 7 a.m., we're back to that nice and dry weather. Your commute looks quiet. By the afternoon, we'll have plenty of sunshine and temperatures approaching the 60s. A chance for a few stray showers overnight, but then we're back to dry weather by sunrise on Thursday. We'll have plenty of sunshine again for the afternoon, but temperatures only reaching the low 50s. That'll be followed by a dry start to the day on Friday. The rain arrives during the second half of the day, and we're talking spotty showers. Rain chances increase overnight, and rain continues into Saturday morning. We'll start to dry out by the afternoon, and then we finish the weekend on a dry note on Sunday. Monday looks to be dry too. 57 for the high temperature. It could be breezy with wind gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Then tomorrow, we get ready for highs around 60 degrees, keeping us above average. That'll be followed by a drop in temperatures, 53 on Thursday. We'll have plenty of sunshine, and then we get ready for that weather maker on Friday. Expect afternoon showers and high temperatures around 67. We'll start the morning with rain on Saturday, but by the afternoon, our temperatures reach the mid-70s. That'll be followed by a big drop in temperatures again. 58 on Sunday and sunny. Then as we head into Monday, we're back to the upper 60s with mostly sunny skies. Back to you.
Looking at the Lynn Solar Traffic Network, the incident we told you about earlier on 83 South in Hereford has been moved to the left shoulder, so that is freeing up the roadways. Traffic once again moving through that area. Still a little slow, so give yourself some time if that's your normal commute. That's between Mount Carmel Roll and Belfast Road. But again, you're able to start making your way through that area.
6:49 and trending now. Baltimore Ravens Lamar Jackson contract saga continues.
Jackson broke his offseason silence on Twitter with a series of tweets to set the record straight from his perspective.
Jackson dropping a big bombshell in his contract negotiations. He wants out of Baltimore. According to Jackson, he asked the Ravens for a trade March 2nd, 1 week before they placed the non-exclusive franchise tag on him. Jackson was tweeting out the news while head coach John Harbaugh was sitting down with reporters at the annual NFL meeting and had this to say.
I haven't seen the tweet. It's an ongoing process. I'm following it very closely, just like everybody else is here, and looking forward to a resolution. I'm excited, thinking about Lamar all the time, thinking about him as our quarterback. We're building our offense around that idea, and I'm just looking forward to getting back to football. I'm confident that's going to happen. We're building our team all the time in all the different areas that you got to build it, and I know, and that train is moving, man. The train is moving fast, but here's the thing. You know, when Lamar gets back on board that train, he's fully capable of jumping on full speed. You know, Lamar can go. And so when that train's moving and he merges in with us, we're going to be rolling.
Did you see all the hands in there to hold up the phone with the? I'm guessing that had the tweet on it. Like, here, you didn't see it.
Right,
here it is.
right here.
See what's going on. It seems like Harbaugh keeps painting this harmonious picture when throughout the season we had been saying there's clearly stuff going on in the locker room. Yeah. So I wonder what's going on. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think Lamar's staying in Baltimore.
And so if that's going to be the case and he has to play under the tag, then it's to the coaches, I guess, credit to keep painting a good picture. So
yeah, it's up to them to keep it calm. But I don't think we'll see Lamar Jackson playing.
I don't either. I mean, was he actually hurt at the end of last season?
That's a good question. But, I mean, if he does go somewhere else, are they going to pay him what he wants? I don't think they will.
No,
I think it's an owner standoff right now to say we are more powerful than you guys, and we're not giving you $200 million.
And I think they're going back against Deshaun Watson. We're like, guaranteed
to that one owner. So that one owner did the most ridiculous thing.
And Lamar, kind of a victim in this because he is a good player and could do well at another team, but I think they're going to hold out. He's going to be here.
So Tyler Huntley.
I'd like to see him here.
Me too.
Okay.
A potential consequence of the turmoil in the banking sector could hit Main Street. I'm Atrell Nashar with what it means for you and your access to credit.
The clock is ticking on this year's legislative session. In our next half hour, we'll speak to Maryland lawmakers about the crime-fighting bills that are stuck in committee.
Something to help you get out of being stuck in the bed. It's time for a coffee break. We are almost 2.5 hours away from the opening bell. This comes after a mixed day on Wall Street. Dow gaining nearly 200 points. S&P made modest gains. And NASDAQ lost just 50 points.
In today's Assignment America, the banking sector is breathing a sigh of relief following news that First Citizens Bank is buying much of what remains of the failed Silicon Valley Bank.
However, banks are not out of the woods just yet, as experts are warning the full effects of SVB and Signature Bank collapses have not been felt yet.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has more from Washington.
The week starting with an acquisition that could stave off panic in the banking sector. First Citizens Bank's purchase of much of Silicon Valley Bank's assets, deposits, and loans, boosting confidence that other small and medium-sized banks will stay afloat. But the risk isn't totally erased.
We know that there are other banks that have some exposure to long-dated treasury bonds, who have some duration risk, as they call it, on their books.
Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari says fundamentally the banking sector is sound, but said this when asked if all the turmoil tips the economy toward a recession.
Well, it definitely brings us closer. Right now, what's unclear for us is how much of these banking stresses are leading to a widespread credit crunch. And then that credit crunch, you're right, just as you said, would then slow down the economy.
A credit crunch, meaning banks make it harder to get a loan, from car loans for individuals to small businesses trying to expand. A double whammy for borrowers already facing more expensive debt as the Federal Reserve raises interest rates.
Here on Capitol Hill, lawmakers tell us they're keeping a close eye on the local banks and industries in their home states for any signs economic activity is contracting, which could be an early indicator of a broader economic slowdown.
People are not shipping as much. People are not spending as much money on goods and services. So I am very concerned about how fast we cool inflation.
It's a concern felt around the world as other central banks also raise rates. International Monetary Fund Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva telling the China Development Forum this will be a challenging year with slowing global growth.
Uncertainties are exceptionally high.
Here in the U.S., policymakers setting their sights on fresh readings of GDP and inflation to be released later this week. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
President Biden announcing new resources to support female small business owners.
The administration is creating 15 more women business centers, so now there are 160 nationwide.
These facilities offer counseling, training, and tools to manage business development and financing.
Biden noted that women started nearly half of all new businesses in the U.S. in 2021. He's opening up $10 billion from the American Rescue Plan to deliver Small Business Association loans for capital.
We know that plenty of companies with potential don't get off the ground or can't grow because they can't get the startup funds or venture capital. This can be a major barrier for women entrepreneurs.
Biden administration is also increasing the amount of federal contracts awarded to small disadvantaged businesses, ensuring money from major legislation like the infrastructure law or the CHIPS Act. They go to women-owned businesses.
You can get Fox 45 News in a flash to your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and forecasts in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
A vigil being held tonight for a local Olympic boxer killed in a mass shooting. Just ahead, how friends are remembering him.
The takedown of a criminal enterprise operating in West Baltimore. We'll tell you about the announcement from the Attorney General ahead this morning in just a few.
And this morning, we're off to a nice and quiet start with temperatures in the 30s and 40s around the region. I'll let you know how high the numbers get and when to expect the next weather maker coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, March 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. 7 o'clock, yes, and it feels like we're going to have, well, at least it looked like we're going to have a nice warm day when they had the sun rising over Jasmine earlier.
As long as there's no rain, I'm good with that. So let's see. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here. You were blending right in with this beautiful sunrise.
It's a gorgeous view. We've got the beautiful sunrise, the mild temperatures, and it's really starting to feel like spring. We're going to keep that good feel over the next few days. Great weather for doing some yard work or going for a walk or run. We're starting off at 45 this morning and a gorgeous view of the harbor in the background. 43 for that wind chill, so not that far off from the number, the actual temperatures. 30s and 40s across the state. But as we head into the afternoon, we are looking at a nice warm up. Temperatures go from the 40s to about 53 by 12. Then we're looking at highs reaching the upper 50s. I'll let you know when to expect the next weather maker and how high temperatures get as we end the week coming up in my full forecast.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Let's see if we can take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network here. Some of the cameras here, but really the big issue is 95 southbound, and we're talking about right at 95, right before you get to White Marsh Boulevard. It is shut down right now. Let's see if I can grab one of these cameras for us right here and show you exactly what's happening. Here you go. And we can take the smart board. There you see it on the left-hand side. That's 95 southbound, right before White Marsh Boulevard. It's completely shut down. It just says active closure. Not sure if that's because of construction, but you see the flashing lights there slowing it down. So we'll keep investigating this and find out why they're moving so slowly there.
It's a cliche when people pass away, everyone says, you know, all good things. He was this, he was that, but Ernie was actually, he was a gem for the city of Baltimore.
Now to a city in crisis. It's been a violent few days in Baltimore. More than a dozen people shot in just 2 days last week, and 3 of them dying.
One of those victims is 33-year-old Ernest Hall. He was a former Olympic boxer and owned a boxing gym in Mount Vernon.
And we have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us with the latest crime numbers and how residents are reacting.
But we start with Shannon Lilly with more on a vigil that is happening today and how friends are remembering Ernest Hall. Shannon.
Yeah, friends remember Ernest Hall, Patrice, as Lightning Bug Ernie. That was his name in the boxing world. He was still very active in the sport. In fact, this right behind us was his gym. It's right here in Mount Vernon, and he continued to teach here as well as box himself. And this is also where friends and family will be holding his vigil tonight. Take a look. This is a picture of Hall right here on your screen with another friend. And people who knew him say he could light up a room and he wouldn't say a bad word about anyone. He also had a fight lined up, we're learning, this past weekend, but his life was cut short. In fact, just after midnight on Thursday morning, during a random trip to the store, Hall was fatally shot in a mass shooting in West Baltimore. And we spoke with his friend, sparring partner, and lawyer who says Hall called him just hours before his death, and it would be the last time they'd talk.
I spoke to him at 10 p.m. on the night of his death. He was telling me about his contract. He was telling me about the amount. A few hours later, you know, the inevitable happened. Wrong place, the wrong time. Ernie doesn't get involved in anything.
Now we're told that Hall leaves behind 3 children now who are just trying to pick up the pieces. Metro Crime Stoppers are offering an $8,000 reward for any information about the person responsible for his death. And you can submit a tip at the number at the bottom of your screen. That's 18667-LOCKUP. In the meantime, this vigil is set to happen right here at the Lightning Quick Fit. This is in Mount Vernon, and it's set to start at 6:30 this evening. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 7:04 now, and happening today, Maryland's Attorney General Anthony Brown joining Baltimore City leaders in announcing the takedown of a violent criminal enterprise in Baltimore City. Law enforcement says this group has operated like a business dealing drugs and committing numerous crimes from the west to South Baltimore.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with the latest on these indictments. Taylor.
Guys, the AG is calling this a takedown. The Attorney General, as we told you, he's going to come out with more information at 10 o'clock this morning. But we do know 33 people are listed in this indictment with charges ranging from attempted murder, conspiracy to distribute drugs, firearms. So this is going to be some very big news coming today. But we want to give you guys a closer look at the numbers of crime we've seen here in Baltimore, because they are in fact down. Now, a closer look, though, shows we are on par with last year's number. 36 people were killed in January 2022. That was the deadliest January on record. In 2021, we saw 27 people die due to homicide. That's about the same as this year. Now, just last month, 17 people killed. That's one more, just one higher than February of 2022. So the perception that it's a little bit safer just doesn't really feel like a reality for everybody. Take a listen.
And I have grandkids. It's not even safe for them. I have to sit outside watch them play. Just make sure nothing happened to them. And it never been like that. And it shouldn't be like that now.
That was a woman who watched a man get shot just from her front porch on Bartlett Avenue just this past Sunday. So that sentiment ringing true for a lot of folks here. But we do know today we're going to get more on this indictment. The investigators who led this team were the Group Violence Reduction Unit, a group that was been touted by the mayor as successful in decreasing crime. So we'll see what comes of this announcement today at 10 o'clock. That's the latest here. Fox 45 News, Taylor Stewart.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, new details about a police pursuit that ended in a deadly crash in North Baltimore over the weekend.
Investigators say the woman who was killed in the crash was married to the driver, and the car they were in was wanted in connection to an armed robbery in Carroll County.
Fox 45's Alexa Ashwell has the details.
Officials have identified this couple they say was involved in this pursuit as Daniel and Linda Moss of Westminster. Whether either of them was in fact involved in this armed robbery in Carroll County, police there say, remains under investigation. Multiple agencies right now involved in this case.
This armed robbery vehicle is coming towards them.
It was here on West North Avenue in Baltimore City, where investigators say late Saturday night, officers spotted a car wanted in connection to an armed robbery that had occurred the night before, 35 miles away in Westminster. The attempted traffic stop turning into a police pursuit and ending in a deadly crash. Listen as officers detail the route of the fleeing driver, now identified as Daniel Moss.
We're 83 South, coming up on Gilford.
The pursuit lasting more than 5 minutes and ending about 5 miles away in Roland Park. Investigators say it was here on Roland Avenue where the driver Moss lost control, hit a parked car, and then crashed into a tree.
We got one trap. We got one trap in the passenger seat.
Investigators say Moss's 74-year-old wife, Linda, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was killed. The incident now turning into a multi-agency investigation. The Maryland Attorney General's office investigating the pursuit and officers' actions, while Baltimore police will be heading the crash and passenger's death. And the Westminster Police Department handling the armed robbery, according to a spokesperson with the AGO.
Right now, Daniel Moss remains in the hospital. We're waiting to find out exactly what charges, if any, he will be facing. As for this police pursuit, we're told all police officers involved were wearing their body-worn cameras, and the office typically releases that footage within 14 days. Alexa Ashwell, Fox 45 News.
A new report from the Inspector General shows the city failed to make more than $500,000 in retirement contributions to some employees and overpaid others by more than $4 million.
The city was able to get about $1 million, everything but $1 million back. Fox 45 News spoke with Inspector General Isabel Cumming about what comes next in this case.
That is what we are working very hard to try to determine. They are actively trying to get back some of the $1 million, but we have asked, the Office of the Inspector General has asked for our auditors, the Comptroller's Office, to actually do an audit of this, because we only took a small bit. There was other retro payments. This could have happened in other areas, so we really need an audit to see where this all stands.
Well, you can find more on the Inspector General's report on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Right now, Nashville community is mourning after a targeted attack on a private Christian elementary school leaves 6 dead.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the first look at the moments the shooting began.
Yeah, guys, what you're seeing here behind me, this is just newly released surveillance video by Nashville police showing the moment that shooter arrived at the Covenant School just yesterday. That gray Honda Fit that you see there, that is the car that the suspect pulled into in that parking lot. And then this happened. The shooter then blasting their way into the school through a side entrance, walking down the hallways from the first to the second floor, where police say the suspect then shot at police from a second floor window. We are hearing, guys, that the shooting began at 10:13 in the morning, and just 14 minutes later, 10:27, that suspect was fatally shot by police. The shooter, now identified this morning as a former student, 28-year-old Audrey Hale. Initially, Hale described as a female. Nashville police later clarifying at a news conference that Hale was transgender. We are now learning investigators have searched Hale's home, finding detailed maps of the school and a manifesto. The attention now, though, turning to the victims and their families. 3 children and 3 adults who were killed in the shooting, and they include 9-year-olds Evelyn Dykes, Hallie Scruggs, and William Kinney, along with 61-year-old Cynthia Peak, 60-year-old Catherine Kuntz, and 61-year-old Mike Hill. All 3 adults worked at that school. The Covenant School just releasing this statement here, saying in part, quote, law enforcement is conducting its investigation. And while we understand there is a lot of interest and there will be a lot of discussion about and speculation surrounding what happened, we will continue to prioritize the well-being of our community. And then the school goes on to say, quote, we ask for privacy as our community grapples with this terrible tragedy for our students, parents, faculty, and staff. Also want to update you on some other breaking news we've been following this morning out of Mexico. We have just learned, take a look at this, 39 people now dead after an immigration detention center in Juarez caught fire. 29 others said to be injured. We know an investigation is underway at the scene there. We're going to keep you posted as we learn more. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Now, that shooting in Nashville was a topic of conversation during political commentator Armstrong Williams' Your Voice, Your Future town hall held just last night. Panelists talking about the importance of school resource officers and a plan to try and prevent school shootings from happening again.
Even in that moment, a school resource officer should be there. In that moment, did alarm go off and say, hey, this door is now ajar? You know, what actually occurred? And those are the steps that we take. But I know, sometimes we govern based on emotions, right? So we heard from the president immediately, we need Republicans to do this. We need Democrats to do that. When really we need to take a step back, get out of this whole political mode, Republican versus Democrat, and come up with some plans that will actually work.
You can find more from Armstrong Williams, Your Voice, Your Future Town Hall, right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Convicted sex offenders living next door to schools. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore team investigates why this is legal and makes parents' concerns heard.
Clock is ticking on this year's legislative session. Still ahead, we'll speak to Maryland lawmakers about the crime-fighting bills stuck in committee. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:15 now. Just about 2 weeks is what's left in the General Assembly session. And while we've seen movement in some areas, several major crime-fighting bills are stuck in committee. For today's State House Spotlight, State Senator Justin Reedy and State Senator Corey McRae are joining us with a look at where things stand. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Patrice.
All right, so I want to specifically talk about two bills. Senate Bill 1, which restricts where legal gun owners can carry their guns, and then also the bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates that would increase the penalty for carrying an illegal gun from 3 to 5 years across the board. Senator Reedy, let me start with you. Where does Senate Bill 1 stand?
Well, it's passed the Senate with some significant amendments, but it's still, in my view and in the view of pretty much any attorney I've talked to that understands the Bruin decision, unconstitutional. It does dramatically restrict where people can exercise their second rights, these permit holders that undergo background checks and have to go on training. And this bill just goes back to dramatically restricting them. But it is now in the House, and it's kind of that's the ball's in their court about what version of the bill they pass. If they change our bill and pass it back, then we'll obviously have to reconcile those differences. If they just pass our bill, which I didn't vote for, but if they pass SB 1 as is, then it just goes to the governor.
We spoke with some experts yesterday who talked about the amendments that were made and said that it pretty much takes the teeth out of the bill. It's not going to do as much as it could have done. What do you say to that?
Well, I think it's still, again, we have this huge issue with violent crime and repeat violent offenders using illegal firearms, but the General Assembly's priority so far has been to just crack down on people they cannot show really one significant instance of a permit holder committing a crime. So I think the bill's terrible, and I think it will be struck down in court.
Senator McRae, what are your thoughts about Senate Bill 1?
I think that this is one of the few times that I'm moving in the same posture as my colleague, Justin Reedy. I think that it had constitutional issues. I think that we need to focus on the folks that are carrying illegal handguns, working in concert with our city attorney, Ivan Bates. And I found myself also in opposition to Senate Bill 1 because of the challenges that I foresaw with it.
Okay, you brought up City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' bill. You testified on behalf of that bill. Where does that stand, and why aren't we seeing movement there?
Well, Patrice, not just testifying, but also just sponsoring it on the Senate side, working in concert with Delegate Frank Conway, the city state's attorney, understanding that this was his only priority that he had, closing the loophole from age restriction. Those that are 18 to 20 can get 5 years in reference to carrying a legal handgun, while those that are 21 and up can get 3 years for carrying a handgun. We've had the hearing right there in JPR. I thought that it was a very good hearing. I thought that the city state's attorney strongly articulated the argument in reference to why this is important, not just for the city of Baltimore, but across the state of Maryland. But just like anything, ultimately, Patrice, it's up to leadership. The bill is in JPR's hands at this moment, and it's up to the leadership to move on the bill and make sure that we bring something back home for the folks that want something done about illegal handguns.
And do you think that will happen? What's going to be the fate of that bill by the end of this session, in your opinion?
Well, it's to be determined. I have to be optimistic being a leader in the state of Maryland and in the city of Baltimore. My hopes is that the bill would pass. My hopes is that the city state's attorney will get the tools in the toolbox that's necessary to get illegal handguns off of the streets. But like I said, ultimately, that's decided by the leadership at this moment. Senator
Reedy, what are your thoughts on that particular bill?
Well, Senator McRae and I agree that we've got to take action to get illegal handguns off the street to make sure that I think particularly what's compelling in the bill is if you're a prohibited person, and which means you've got a criminal record and you're not supposed to be carrying a firearm. I can't imagine why we wouldn't move that forward, because that's clearly an issue, and it's not just in Baltimore. Senator McRae's right. I mean, it's a huge issue in Baltimore, but in the region. So I mean, hopefully we'll see action. We need to see action in the next 2 weeks before we leave.
We're just about out of time, but just like you said, we're in the final days of this. Are there other bills that haven't made the movement as it relates to crime that you would like to see get pushed forward as we close out the session? And that goes to the both of you.
I can just say I've got bills we're trying to work on. If you steal a handgun, that ought to be a felony, and if you're a repeat violent offender, I think there needs to be significant jail time for repeat violent offenders.
Senator McRae, I'll let you have the last word.
Yep, I'm working on a slew of bills with Delegate Kaylin Young and Delegate Jackie Addison in reference to victim assistance, things of that nature, to just try to make sure that we can deal with issues across the state of Maryland.
All right, still so much to be decided in these final days. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
7:20 is the time now. We need to find out exactly how warm it is going to get and how much sun we'll see.
Hopefully a lot. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here.
Good morning. We are in for a gorgeous day, and really right now, not a bad start to the morning. Our temperatures sit at 45, and we now have mostly cloudy skies, but making for a beautiful sunrise over the harbor. Our wind chills coming in at 43, and around the state, our temperatures are mainly in the 30s and the 40s, but we're heading to the 50s this afternoon. Our temperatures will top off around 57, keeping us close to average. We'll have a good mix of sunshine and clouds, and this nice pattern continues over the next few days. That does end as the next weather maker arrives late this week. That'll lead to the chance for rain, possibly impacting some of your weekend plans. We are talking a big rise in temperatures, though, as we finish the week. This afternoon, notice temperatures reach the 50s and even in some areas the 60s. We'll stay dry until the night. That's when we have the chance for a few stray showers, primarily for southern parts of the state and even some areas along the eastern shore. This all clears up by daybreak tomorrow, and you're looking at a dry commute. As we head into the afternoon, we'll have more sunshine and temperatures reaching the 50s and the 60s. We could have another round of isolated showers overnight. This clears by sunrise on Thursday. You're looking at another dry commute, and we keep the dry weather throughout the afternoon and then into Friday morning. As we head into Friday afternoon, we get ready for that next system, and that's what's going to lead to the chance for showers continuing into Saturday. We do stay dry after that. So again, today temperatures reach 57, keeping us close to average. 60 tomorrow, then 53, a little cooler on Thursday. We'll be in the 60s and then the 70s on Friday and Saturday. We're looking at the 50s on Sunday before a rise in temperatures by Monday. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Ravens fans bidding farewell to quarterback Lamar Jackson, but it's not official yet how his recent tweets impact the teams who are looking to sign him.
We're at Hopkins Plaza this morning. Spring break skate. Oh, yeah, we're going to be rolling starting this Friday. We'll tell you all about it. Snacks, skates, food, drinks, all that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
It's so Baltimore. Roller skating comes to the Hopkins Plaza for spring break.
So get your skates and your best moves ready and have fun right here at home. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with a whole lot more, and I don't see you rolling around yet, Mark.
Right, I'm looking for the skates on your feet.
Oh, no, that's happening Friday, guys. This morning, we don't have my skates this morning. And Downtown Partnership's getting ready for the spring break skate starting Friday. And look, this is an interesting twist here. Now, we have Cameron here, and we have Shay. Now, Shay is mom and Cameron's daughter, but this is her business. You go, girl. So, again, Cameron's kind of shy. So, Mom, tell us about these wonderful, delicious snacks that people can get on Friday.
Yes, so on Friday we'll have a host of different sweet treats such as our stuffed Oreo donut, our strawberry cheesecake crumble, we have a red velvet cheesecake, our snickerdoodle, which is a favorite, and a pink lemonade cupcake as well.
Woo!
Also, we have our slutty brownie cheesecake cup, our frosted flake, and our coconut donut. But we'll have a host of sweet treats that you can come and buy. And if you just so happen to miss us at the skate, we also have a new all pink cafe brick and mortar that just opened at 407 North Charles Street.
Wow, and this was your idea. So you're a young entrepreneur. What's the message to young people about following their dreams?
Just try your hardest, and whatever you feel is right for you, just put your heart into it. And
come on, Cameron, come on. And also have good workers like your mom. And so, guys, we'll see you Friday. Now, I'm going to eat or drink something, guys. So something's going down.
How can you not? That stuff looks amazing. So we don't blame you. We don't blame you.
You got to ask your mom and daughter, too, because if mom says, I want to raise, daughter says no, does she get grounded? Like, what's going on there?
All good questions.
Right.
All right.
Thanks,
Well,
Mark.
if you
Thanks, guys.
want more information, on those huge, beautiful desserts,
yes,
and all that's going on Friday, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
So this weekend, we will see temperatures in the 70s for your skates to get going there, but we do have to deal with some rain first. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is tracking the next weather maker, bringing rain to the region for the weekend.
And coming up right after the break, convicted sex offenders living next door to schools. Project Baltimore investigates why this is legal. 7:28 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to head right over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, talking about the sun, the warmth, maybe pushing off the rain.
Maybe just a little bit, but we do have the chance for a couple of spotty showers tonight. And then this weekend, another chance for rain, and that could impact some of your plans. So enjoy the nice and dry weather while you can. 45 for the current temperature and mostly cloudy over Towson. We've got a light breeze, winds out of the west around 5 miles per hour. And across the state, we're seeing temperatures in the 30s and the 40s. A pretty quiet start around the state and around the region. This afternoon, our temperatures reach 57, somewhat close to average. Then we've got a slight warm up tomorrow. That'll be followed by a big drop in temperatures by Thursday, but we get warmer after that. I'll let you know how high the temperatures get and when to expect more rain in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
7:32 now. Sex offenders living just feet away from schools. That sounds like a parent's nightmare, but Project Baltimore found that in Maryland it is happening, and it may be more than you think.
And as Chris Papps explains, it's perfectly legal.
I didn't think that was possible.
These two Baltimore County mothers can't believe what they just learned.
It's terrifying.
Maryland is home to about 6,500 registered sex offenders. According to the Sex Offender Registry, 9 offenders in 7 locations live within 1 mile of this bench in Rogers Forge.
Yeah, it's wild.
Where Casey Gerlach and Mary Frances Genser are sitting. But it's specifically where these two sex offenders live that have them stunned.
What did you think the law was?
That you couldn't live within so many feet of, a building or a space like this where there are children.
These two convicted sex offenders live on either side of this open space. On the Sex Offender Registry, the area is not labeled. But if you type the address for this registered sex offender into Google Maps, this is the street view from right in front of the home. In that open space, between where these two sex offenders live, are Dumbarton Middle School and Rogers Forge Elementary. One of those offenders is Tier 3, reserved for the most severe sex crimes. This man was convicted of distributing and manufacturing child pornography. And according to the registry, he lives across from 2 schools.
You shouldn't have to, be in a position to put yourself within close proximity and worry about your children when someone's been convicted of something this serious.
Yes.
I just can't believe that there's not a law.
Yeah.
Well, there is a law, but it may not be what you think. In Maryland, it is illegal, punishable by up to 5 years in jail and a $5,000 fine for a convicted sex offender to be on school property. But it's perfectly legal for them to live next to school property. In Maryland, a sex offender can live wherever they want. There are no residency restrictions.
Why is that allowed?
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
Does that worry you?
Absolutely. Our children need to be protected.
Project Baltimore wanted to know whether this is common. In only a few minutes of looking through the state sex offender registry, we found 23 convicted sex offenders just in Baltimore County, living close enough to 13 schools that they could see the school property from their properties. Many of them, like in Rogers Forge, live directly across from the school. This sex offender was convicted of a sexual offense against an elementary school-age child. According to the registry, he now lives next to 2 elementary schools. Again, you can't see them on the registry map, but they are Dogwood Elementary and Children's Manor Montessori in western Baltimore County. And look at this. At Berkshire Elementary School in southeastern Baltimore County, there are 5 sex offenders that live close enough to the school they can see it from their properties.
Do you think Maryland should revisit perhaps this law?
Absolutely.
Yeah, without question.
In 2007, Then state delegate and now Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, a Democrat, introduced a bill in Annapolis to prevent convicted sex offenders from living within 2,000 feet of a school.
Delegate Cox for House Bill 847.
In 2021, State Delegate Dan Cox, a Republican, introduced a similar measure.
The real issue here is protecting our children. There are 40 states in the United States that have similar legislation.
This is footage from 2021 when the bill was being debated in Annapolis. Cox's bill prohibited certain sex offenders from living within 1,000 feet of a school, child care facility, park, or playground. Opponents of the bill said if sex offenders cannot live within 1,000 feet of those places, then there's very few places they could live, which creates problems.
And that basically has the effect of driving people somewhere else or undercover, and it makes it more difficult to track. If you drive them into homelessness, it's much harder to track them.
Neither bill got out of committee.
I've talked to a number of people, a number of friends, and everyone can't believe that.
I personally believe in recovery, but I think that there are some crimes that are just, you're going to have to live with them for the rest of your life and the consequences of your actions for the rest of your life, even if you are reformed.
So what do other states do? If Maryland has no restrictions on where a convicted sex offender can live, what about Virginia, Delaware, and Pennsylvania? We looked at the laws in those states and found Maryland is an outlier. That part of the story Wednesday. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Cannot afford the risk of further contamination.
Baltimore has been chosen to treat toxic wastewater from last month's train derailment in Ohio. In our next half hour, the concern city leaders have about the toxins.
Residents in Philadelphia still unsure if they can drink their water. The spill causing concern and where things stand right now.
Temperatures will reach mid to upper 50s this afternoon, but our next chance for rain is headed our way just in time for your weekend plans. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax tracking the system for us in her full Weather Authority forecast coming up. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Right now, millions in Philadelphia are still not sure if it's safe to drink their water this morning.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with where things stand for them. Megan.
Here it is, guys. This is the very latest right now. The city says it is safe to drink the water, and it will be until at least 3:30 here this afternoon, following that chemical spill at a plant upstream of the city's water intake on Friday. Here's what we know. Many residents still feeling unsure about it all. Area stores certainly seeing that uncertainty. Bottled water just flying off shelves faster than it can be restocked here. This map here, take a look at our smart board showing most of Philadelphia potentially impacted is what's highlighted in orange right there. Once again on high alert. The concern comes after a water-based latex finishing solution spilled into a creek that feeds into the Delaware River, which serves as part of the city's water source for millions of people. Although officials say it is non-toxic to humans, they are urging people to stock up on 3 days of water just in case. We are told at least 40 water tests have been conducted since the spill. So far, all of them have come back negative, but that chemical plume, guys, it is not expected to clear that city's water intake until tomorrow or even Thursday. So for now, the takeaway message, it is safe until at least 3:30 this afternoon. That is the latest from our live center. Patrice.
Lamar Jackson is looking beyond Baltimore, still ahead the request he made while contract negotiations when they hit a wall. 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$7:45, and let's get after it. Lamar Jackson's Twitter announcement blows up the NFL sports world. Was it calculated? Does it impact his value? And what does this mean now for the Ravens front office staff? Joining us now, founder of Achilles PR and DLE agency, Doug Eldridge. Doug, thanks again for joining us.
Hey, Rogers. Great to see you.
Yeah, timing of the tweet. Coach Harbaugh across the country in Arizona at the meeting, coaches meeting here. A lot of people are saying, this was cold and calculated.
Well, the timing couldn't have been perfect. I mean, as great as an open field passer as he is, he really threaded the needle with the timing of that announcement, completely commanded the news cycle, and for the first time has really controlled his own narrative. You know, I'm surprised that we've gotten this far in the process, but I was shocked that all of this actually went back to March 2nd. The fact that 25 days this was kept under wraps has to be yet another NFL record for this franchise.
Yeah, well, that's what's incredible about it. And he said he asked for that trade request 5 days before the Ravens slapped that franchise tag on him.
Yeah, that was a surprising part, too. But again, and this is not a knock on Lamar at all, this is why you have an agent, somebody to work in, to be that middle person, because you take the slings and arrows from both sides, yet you never let either side know what the other is saying. It's your duty to find the best deal possible and preserve the underlying relationship so it's still intact when that deal gets done. And I'm not saying that's the catalyst for why it's gone the way it has, but it certainly hasn't helped not having an advocate in your corner. It's tough to do it by yourself.
Or then you kind of have that advisor with Ken Francis, that whole issue going back and forth, adding to the baggage now that Lamar may be bringing with him to another team. So are the other teams that are out there looking at this and going, we're going to stand back and just see what Ravens do here, and does this decrease his value?
Not the Ken Francis move. That was just strange. I mean, the NFL, every team has a hot sheet for who is and isn't a certified agent, and they won't even get on the phone with you. And they quickly work the phone tree so everybody knows this guy. It's like a picture hanging in the post office. Nobody's going to deal with him because they get fined by the league. That's not baggage for Lamar. It is strange how some of the teams have circled the wagons, but I wouldn't be quick to pull the collusion card as others have. I think there's a little bit of a shell game. There are a lot of teams that are trying to move their pieces down the Tetris board to figure out how they can create a space for Lamar. Do we have the draft capital to be able to trade? Do we have the cap space? Because he's not going to walk away from Baltimore and then take a lesser deal that Baltimore would have offered him elsewhere. And do we have the offense in place? Because remember, Baltimore completely retooled their offensive setup, not just the formations they ran, but the players they had on the roster to accommodate them. So it's a lot of moving pieces to make space. But make no mistake, Tom, there are a lot of teams I think that are interested in him. It's just the right price.
All right, so then yes or no answer then. Is he playing for Ravens next year?
No.
Okay.
A month ago, I said yes firmly, and now I say no. But it's a 51-49. Any relationship can be fixed so long as one side doesn't quit. And I don't think the Ravens have quit on him, and I think Lamar just wants to feel loved. Like he famously said, nobody cares, just work harder.
There you go. That's right. He's got the T-shirts to prove it. Doug Eldridge, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Oh, when Doug says he may not be here, that's saying something.
I'd be shocked if he is playing for the Ravens next year.
All right. Well, I'm just going to be shocked because I'm thinking he's going to stay. Well, but I want him to do what's best for him at this point. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax with a look at the forecast.
Well, it's looking like another gorgeous spring day. Of course, yesterday we had temperatures in the 60s. Today we'll be in the 50s, but overall, still a pleasant day for spending some time outside. We're off to a decent start, 45 and mostly cloudy over Towson. Our wind chill's coming in at 43, so just a hair lower. We're dry, mostly dry around the region. We did have a few showers this morning around New England, and now a little bit of rain and even some snow in parts of Pennsylvania. But for us, we are quiet and dry, and we're going to stay that way as we head into the afternoon. Our temperatures now are in the 40s and a couple spots still in the 30s this morning. As we head into the afternoon, we're looking at highs around 57. Then we're back to the 60s tomorrow. As we head into Thursday, we'll have a drop in temperatures, 53. That's all behind our next cold front. And we're also talking medium high pollen counts today and again tomorrow. But when we have those cooler temperatures behind that cold front, we also have that lower pollen count on Thursday. The numbers will increase after that. By the afternoon, expect a mix of sunshine and clouds and temperatures reaching the mid to upper 50s. We could have a few stray showers for southern parts of the state, maybe southern Anne Arundel County along with parts of the eastern shore. Having those showers around midnight. We will wake up to nice and dry weather, though, as we head to about 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. By the afternoon, expect more sunshine and temperatures reaching the upper 50s and the low 60s. We'll stay mostly dry until the night when we could have a few stray showers. We're back to a nice and dry start for daybreak on Thursday. Your commute should be nice and quiet. By the afternoon, though, that's when we have that noticeably cooler number, temperatures in the lower 50s. Then by Friday morning, dry again. The afternoon is when you can expect the next weather maker arriving, leading to the chance for a few spotty showers. Rain chances increase overnight, and that rain continues into Saturday morning. But the good news is that it looks like by the afternoon, we start to dry out. We'll keep the dry weather on Sunday and then on Monday as we begin the upcoming work week. 57 for the high temperature with a mix of sunshine and clouds. Wind gusts could exceed 20 miles per hour, so at times it may be a little breezy. 60 for the high temperature for Wednesday, 53 and sunny on Thursday. Then we've got the chance for showers on Friday and Saturday, 67 on Friday, 75 on Saturday. We then drop to 58 on Sunday before rising back to the 60s on Monday. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Jasmine. Now to your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. No major incidents in our region right now, knocking on wood, but increasing volume on the Beltway, causing for some slowdowns in certain spots. Our Beltway cameras showing cars are moving along slowly through some areas. You see the top left and top right cameras there. Give yourself a little bit of extra time for your morning commute. Now we have a live look from our Len Stoller mobile track where, Graham is not moving very well at all on the outer loop right now, heading north towards Parkville area. So he's on the outer loop or the inner loop. Not sure about that one. On the outer loop here, and this is because of the heavy volume. So yes, that's like that at 7:51 every morning going from basically White Marsh to Towson. You have that slow moving on the outer loop.
5 students in Baltimore received a big surprise. Just ahead, how they are reacting to the life-changing opportunity.
Years in the making, more than $100 million spent. Up next, to look inside the nearly completed CFG Bank Arena.
Will they have coffee?
They better have it. One of the new options, probably some fancy coffee now, because they're making everything else fancy there, right?
Some Ropo, I'm sure. It's time for a coffee break.
recipients of our full tuition scholarships for the next 4 years at McDaniel.
Trending now, 5 Baltimore City high school seniors received a big surprise, full tuition scholarships to attend McDaniel College. The students were selected from Mervo, Western, Poly, and Green Street Academy. The students say they are thrilled for the life-changing opportunity.
It was great. As a first-generation college student coming from a single-family household, it made college feel accessible.
Well, the scholarships will save the students over $180,000 in tuition over 4 years.
Well, now to a first look inside the renovated CFG Bank Arena.
As that facility inches closer to completing its upgrades, organizers say the improvements will not only be a great change for fans, but also for the entire city.
Baltimore will finally have, I argued this before, we were an A market, now we have an A building.
Although arena's operators say the improved concessions, seating, and just overall upgrades will allow them to book more high-profile music artists and shows, all in an effort to make Baltimore a premier entertainment destination.
And the work is expected to be complete April 7th. The first artist to perform, the boss, Bruce Springsteen.
Well, it's going to feel like summer this weekend with temperatures in the 70s. But we're going to have to deal with some rain. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is tracking the next weather maker in her full authority forecast.
A vigil being held tonight for a local Olympic boxer killed in a mass shooting last week. Just ahead, how his friends are remembering him. A vigil being held tonight for a local Olympic boxer killed in a mass shooting. Just ahead, we're going to show you how friends are remembering him today.
A sweeping indictment coming from the Attorney General's office. We'll tell you about the criminal enterprise they're breaking down in just a few minutes.
And we're off to a nice and quiet start to the day, and we'll stay that way throughout the afternoon. But later this week, rain arrives. I'll break down the timing and impacts to your weekend plans coming up in my full forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, March 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We have meteorologist Jasmine Lomax here with us with a nice looking start to the day.
Yeah, that's right. It is very nice. Temperatures in the 40s, above average, and you just can't complain. We'll have a good mix of sunshine and clouds this afternoon. We stay nice and dry, and that will be the pattern over the next few days. Across the region, we're waking up to temperatures in the 30s, 40s, and the 50s. Columbus, Ohio, the cool spot right at freezing. And then we've got 51 in Roanoke. And here, we're in the 40s, not a bad way to start. Across the state, we're nice and dry. We are picking up on a few showers on the radar and satellite in Pennsylvania. That's going to stay away from us. You've got a great day for spending time outside. This afternoon, our temperatures reach 57, which is around average for this time of year. But we've got a bigger warm-up coming this weekend, along with rain. I'll break down what you can expect coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Taking a look now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network, and as we look around the Beltway, not the greatest sight. It is stop and go. Things are moving relatively smoothly in most areas, but in some, you can see just the volume is causing some delays. No particular incident to report.
It's a cliche when people pass away, everyone says, you know, all good things. He was this, he was that, but Ernie was actually, he was a gem for the city of Baltimore.
In a city in crisis, it has been a violent few days in Baltimore. More than a dozen people shot in just 2 days last week. 3 of them died.
One of those victims is 33-year-old Ernest Hall. He was a former Olympic boxer and owned a boxing gym in Mount Vernon.
We have live team coverage this morning in just a few minutes. Taylor Stewart will join us with how city leaders are planning a takedown of a violent criminal enterprise in Baltimore.
But we start off with Shannon Lilly with more on the vigil that's happening today and how friends are remembering Ernest Hall. Shannon.
Megan, he was known in the boxing world as Lightning Bug Ernie, and he was still very active in the sport. In fact, this was his gym right here behind us, right here in Mount Vernon. This is where he both taught and he continued to box himself. Well, you can see the balloons there this morning. This is where friends and family will be holding his vigil tonight. And take a look at this. This is a picture of Hall right here on your screen with another friend. People who knew him say he could light up a room and he wouldn't say a bad word about anyone. He also were learning how to fight lined up this past weekend, but his life was cut short. In fact, just after midnight on Thursday morning during a random trip to the store, Hall was fatally shot in a mass shooting in West Baltimore. And we spoke with his friend, who was also his sparring partner and lawyer, and he says Hall called him just hours before his death, and this would be the last time they'd talk.
I spoke to him at 10 p.m. on the night of his death. He was telling me about his contract. He was telling me about the amount. A few hours later, you know, the inevitable happened. Wrong place, the wrong time. Ernie doesn't get involved in anything.
And we're told Hall leaves behind 3 children that are now just trying to pick up the pieces. And Metro Crime Stoppers, they are offering an $8,000 reward for any information about the person responsible for his death. You can submit a tip by calling the number at the bottom of your screen. It is 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. In the meantime, tonight's vigil is happening right here at the Lightning Quick Fit in Mount Vernon, and it starts at 6:30 this evening. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Today, Maryland's Attorney General Anthony Brown will be joining Baltimore city leaders in announcing the takedown of a violent criminal enterprise in the city. Law enforcement says that this group has operated like a business, dealing drugs and committing numerous crimes from West to South Baltimore.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live now with the latest on these indictments. Taylor.
And look, it is a long list of indictments here. We're talking about 33 3 people, according to the Attorney General. And these charges range from attempted murder to conspiracy to distribute drugs or firearms. And it's been happening in West Baltimore through South Baltimore. That's what we know at this point. But we'll get more information today. But we know that investigators from Baltimore's Violence Reduction Group, they've led this investigation. Even still, some folks say, they still don't feel safe. We want to give you a closer look at the numbers from this year compared to last year. Now, last February, we saw 36 let me look first in January. January, we saw 36 people who were killed in 2022. That's the deadliest January on record. Now, in 2021, it was about the same amount of people, 27 killed. And then just last month, we had 17 people who were killed. That's one more than we saw last February in 2022. But the perception that crime is down does not reign true for a lot of residents. Take a listen to this woman who saw a shooting happening from her front porch just this past Sunday.
And I have grandkids. It's not even safe for them. I have to sit outside watch them play. Just make sure nothing happened to them. And it's never been like that. And it shouldn't be like that now.
Now, this year, the mayor began expanding the group violence reduction plan. It's a strategy that's now moving from West Baltimore, also going into South Baltimore. Today, the announcement is coming at 10 o'clock, and the AG is going to give us more details about this group they have now indicted. We'll keep you updated. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. In a tweet, former Governor Larry Hogan is calling on lawmakers in Annapolis to do more about the violent crime, citing Fox 45 reporting. The governor says with 2 weeks left in the legislative session, Marylanders and city residents want lawmakers to focus on crime.
Several major crime-fighting bills are stuck in committee. One bill, backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, would increase penalties for some gun crimes from 3 years to 5 years. Another would increase the reward for information leading to the arrest of a suspect in a crime up to $50,000. And the Violent Firearms Offender Act, that would impose stricter penalties for repeat violent offenders. It is the same bill that former Governor Larry Hogan introduced multiple times, but it always failed to pass. A tragic shooting strikes the Nashville community. After the break from the Live Center, we're going to have the latest updates moments before that shooting began.
And the city is putting their foot down and saying no to toxic water from the Ohio derailment. And our next hour, the latest concerns from state and city leaders.
And this morning, we're waking up to temperatures in the 30s and 40s and nice and dry weather. I'll let you know how high temperatures get this afternoon and when to expect the next chance for rain coming up. Good Tuesday morning. We are waking up to quiet weather and mild temperatures. We're starting off above average. We're in the 40s across much of the state with just a few spots in the 30s. But as we head into the afternoon, temperatures will be slightly below average and lower than they were yesterday. I'll let you know when to expect the next warm up and weather maker coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Right now, a Nashville community is in mourning after a targeted attack on a private Christian elementary school leaves 6 dead.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with the first look at the moments the shooting began. Tom.
Yeah, Megan and Patrice, this released surveillance video. We'll show you that here in just a little bit by Nashville police showing the moment the shooter arrived at the Covenant School yesterday. It happened in a gray Honda Fit that you will see pulling into the parking lot casually and finding the right parking spot. The shooter then blasts their way into that school through a side entrance and then walks down the hallways from the first to the second floor, where police say the suspect then ended up shooting at them from the second floor window as they were arriving on the scene. We're hearing the shooting began at 10:13, and just 14 minutes later, by 10:27 that morning, the suspect was fatally shot by 2 officers. Police say the shooter was a 28-year-old who had attended the school years ago. The attention now turning to the victims and their families, as 3 children and 3 adults were killed in this shooting. They include 9-year-old Evelyn Dykhouse and Haley Scruggs, William Kinney, along with 61-year-old Cynthia Peak. She was a substitute teacher at that school. 60-year-old Catherine Kuntz, the head of the school, and then 61-year-old Michael Hill. He was just a custodian. Now, the Covenant School releasing a statement writing in part, though, law enforcement is conducting its investigation. And while we understand there is a lot of interest and there will be a lot of discussion about the speculation surrounding what happened, we will continue to prioritize the well-being of our community. And they go on to write that we ask for our privacy as our community grapples with this terrible tragedy for our students, parents, faculty, and staff. Well, that's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice.
Maryland lawmakers are trying to come up with a framework for selling marijuana. There are moves that are still happening this week. Still ahead on Good Day Baltimore, why there are concerns about those moves from the hemp industry.
And Fox 45 News pushing for transparency in the ongoing manhunt of Larry Hogan's former chief of staff turned fugitive, Roy McGrath. After the break, a former chief of police weighing in on how law enforcement can work together to put this mystery to an end. It is 8:13 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
we're going to do everything we can to develop investigative leads and make sure that we have every bit of information we can to track down the subject and make sure that if it's possible, we convince them to either self-surrender or we can take them into custody safely.
Where is Roy McGrath? The search for former Governor Larry Hogan's ex-chief of staff turned fugitive continues this morning. He never showed up for his federal trial just over 2 weeks ago. Now law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on the process of finding him from a police standpoint. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
Looking at McGrath, we know he is accused of stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from the state while he served as the executive director of the Maryland Environmental Service. These are pretty serious charges, Mari, but it doesn't seem like that is enough to make you run. Why would he not show up in court?
Well, I guess the reason most people don't, he doesn't want to end up in prison, and that's probably where he'll be headed once he's found.
Investigators think that he could either be in Maryland, he could be in Florida. Federal agents already raided his home in Naples. What happens now from a police standpoint? You know, how do you work with, I mean, what could be across the country, if not international?
Well, you know, as far as on a local level, it's pretty limited. You know, you put out the picture, you make sure all your officers are aware, you know, you try to work with the community. But who really has the assets to get this done are the federal agencies, particularly the FBI. Mm-hmm. You're talking, you know, 35,000 employees, 14,000 special agents. And I got to tell you, Megan, I don't think the FBI has made this a high enough priority.
Interesting. So in the midst of all of this, you know, we've got a manhunt underway, a bizarre turn of events. There was a tell-all book about McGrath just released on Amazon. What does that tell you about where he could be, and will that help law enforcement, federal agents actually try to track him down?
Yeah, well, I haven't read the book, but I wouldn't put too much into that. This is really a job for good old-fashioned police work. And, you know, I talked about the FBI, and I got to tell you, Megan, I really am afraid that the leadership of the FBI has lost its way, spending so much time on, you know, political investigations, parents at school board meetings. We got to stop that, get out of the business of politics, get back in the business of criminal investigations, and you could find this guy in a couple of days if you had enough manpower assigned to this task.
Mari, we appreciate you weighing in. It's certainly a fascinating case that we've been following. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
All right, so it is 8:19, and we're moving out of March and into April. It's coming up soon, and we need to get a check of the forecast.
Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax letting us know how things are trending.
Yeah, they're definitely looking up, especially as we head into the weekend. We're getting closer to April, but it's going to feel more like May as our temperatures reach the 70s. 44 right now with mostly cloudy skies and a wind chill of 41. Across the region, not too much happening, just a few stray showers to our north. We're dry and we are going to stay that way. We're seeing numbers in the 40s across the state and a little more sunshine along the eastern shore, but overall, we're in for a gorgeous afternoon. Our temperatures reach the mid to upper 50s, keeping us close to average. You'll be able to enjoy the weather today and over the next few days. We stay quiet with pleasant temperatures, but then by the end of the week, we do have a warm up coming, but we also have rain, and that could have impacts on some of your weekend plans. Temperatures reach the mid to upper 50s this afternoon, and we'll have a mix of sunshine and clouds. Then overnight, we could have a few stray showers, mainly for southern parts of the state and along the eastern shore, but this all clears out by the morning, and we're looking at a dry start to Wednesday. By the afternoon, we'll have plenty of sunshine and temperatures slightly higher. This will be followed by another chance for stray showers overnight. Then by Thursday morning, sunrise, we are back to dry weather. You should have a quiet commute. By the afternoon, we'll have sunshine, but lower temperatures. We are talking the low 50s, and that's all ahead of our next weather maker arriving on Friday. that will bring the chance for showers. We're talking spotty showers starting in the afternoon, so the entire day is not going to be a washout, but the rain continues overnight and then into the morning on Saturday. By the afternoon, we'll start to see the rain taper, and we stay dry for the rest of the weekend and into next week. This afternoon, our temperatures reach 57 with a mix of sunshine and clouds. We could have wind gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Then we're looking at a slight rise in temperatures, 60 for the high tomorrow, 53 on Thursday, 67 on Friday with showers, more rain on Saturday, and highs around 75. That'll be followed by a dry start to next week with temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Back to you.
Look at this photo that was sent in to us. Carol Kemp sent these beautiful cherry blossoms. This is in Rock Creek, Maryland. Just another sign that spring is here. Thank you, Carol, for sending that photo. And if you want to send us some photos and videos of what you're seeing out there, just scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Parents are on edge as convicted sex offenders are living next door to schools. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore team investigates why this is legal and makes parents' concerns heard.
Downtown is the place to be this weekend between the spring break skate and also the Cherry Blossom pop-up bar. Oh, it's going down in downtown. We'll tell you about it coming up next right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore. The Downtown Partnership of Baltimore is making your spring break stay a lot more fun.
Grab your skates and just head down to the Hopkins Plaza for all the fun. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is telling us about what is coming up this weekend. Mark.
That's right. We're with our friend Susan from Downtown Partnership. When you see Susan, you know it's going down in downtown. So break it down.
Break it down. Well, we have spring break skate and super excited for it. We're here in Hopkins Plaza. It's going to be
skating rink, roller skating rink installed around this fountain that we have right here.
Like a real skating rink?
Like a real skating rink.
Okay.
We're going to have the floor super smooth. You can bring your own skates or rent some from us.
Okay.
We also, so we'll try to keep the cost low, $10 for adults, $8 for kids.
Come on.
And we thought it would be a really great time to do it during spring break when you're trying to get the kids out, got them back from school, and you need to go do something. So from Friday until April 8th, we will have this running. Get your tickets in advance. And we have some really great themes. So, of course, family skate days, but like 90s night, which I'm definitely going to be jamming to.
That's right. You weren't even born then, though.
Thank you. 90s night, 80s night, slow jam Sundays.
Hey, slow jam Sundays.
So we have a whole list of activities on our website, and you can get tickets there. And then if you want a little cocktail afterwards, right across the street at 1 East Baltimore, we're having a cherry blossom pop-up.
Well, you know, Susan, I always want a little cocktail, even at 9 o'clock in the morning. But
Or a big cocktail.
Right. It's going down downtown, guys.
All right, so much
Feeling it.
fun stuff planned. Have the cocktail after the skating, though.
Yes, smart moves. We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Concern from the hemp industry as a bill moves through the legislature this week. Just ahead, why some small business owners feel they are being cut out of the process.
Contaminated water from the Ohio train derailment could be coming our way as soon as Thursday. We'll tell you about the movement related to the pushback from city and state leaders. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, March 28th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to get right over to our meteorologist, Jasmine Lomax. She's looking at the forecast, and we're talking spring.
Yeah, that's right. It is going to feel a lot like spring this week, especially as we get to Saturday. That's when we'll have temperatures in the 70s. But this morning, we're starting off around 44 and mostly cloudy over Towson. Our wind chills coming in at 41. Across the state, it's nice and quiet. Temperatures are in the 30s and the 40s. So as you step outside, not too bad. As we head into the next few hours, though, our temperatures reach the mid to upper 50s. Looks great for gardening. I'll let you know how long this nice weather lasts and when to expect rain coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
8:31, and sex offenders living just feet from public schools sounds like a parent's nightmare, but Project Baltimore found in the state of Maryland it's happening, and it may be happening more than you think.
Joining us now is Project Baltimore's Chris Papst to tell us, even though this may frighten parents, it is in fact legal. And Chris, I was surprised by this. I thought it was illegal.
We did too, and that's why Project Baltimore did this story, is because when we found out that it is illegal for a registered sex offender to be on school property, but in Maryland it's legal for them to live feet right next to school property. So we decided to do a story on this, and I think that a lot of people who are watching us right now, they probably thought the same thing, that if you ask them, where can sex offenders live in Maryland? They would say, you know, within 1,000 or 500 feet from school property. But in reality, they can live right next to it. So what we did was we went on the sex offender registry, and in just a few minutes of searching on the registry, we found 23 registered sex offenders in Baltimore County that were living next to 15 schools. And this was just in a few minutes. We did not do an exhaustive search. We didn't look at every school in Baltimore County. But just in a few minutes, we found those 23 sex offenders living within feet, many of them directly across the street from a school, from a playground, from baseball fields, from soccer fields. And I think that a lot of people, when they learn about this, are going to find it to be pretty alarming. And perhaps some people are saying that the state should revisit this law.
Well, Chris, though, I know a lot of other states, though, have them. I mean, we used to live in Texas, and you could look it right up, and there was laws saying, okay, they have to stay registered and they have to keep up to date, even though that wasn't the most accurate system. But they also were not allowed to live near these areas. And there was certain states have hundreds of feet, others say 1,000 feet away.
Yep. Yeah, so there's 40 states. This is actually our story for Wednesday, Tom. You're getting a little ahead of us here. But there are 40 states that have residency restrictions for convicted sex offenders, Maryland not being one of them. But we wanted to look into exactly why this was the law that it was in the state. And in 2007, there was an attempt by Johnny Olszewski, the current Baltimore County executive, to create residency restrictions about 1,000 feet in Maryland. In 2021, another bill was introduced by then Delegate Dan Cox to do the same thing. And both of those measures failed. And the reason they failed is opponents said a couple things. One, sex offenders generally know their victims. And in a situation where they live next to a school, they don't know the kids that are going into the school. Now, that level of thinking has largely been defunct. But the new level of thinking of why these bills have not passed in Maryland is because a lot of the sex offenders, if they can't live within 1,000 feet of a school, it drastically limits where they can live. And then oftentimes they don't register, they become homeless, they become more difficult to track. That is the logic for why there's no residency restrictions in Maryland. But again, 40 other states have residency restrictions, including the ones directly around us. We're going to tell you what Virginia, Delaware, and Pennsylvania do, and that's coming up on Wednesday.
It'll be interesting to see how it works for them. Chris, thank you. We appreciate this conversation happening.
Thank you.
Well, in your session 2023 coverage, we are following multiple stories on the current legislative session happening in Annapolis.
With marijuana legalization just around the corner, lawmakers are still finalizing the framework that will determine how it can be sold in the state.
And there is bipartisan pushback against a new plan that would bring wastewater from the Ohio train derailment to Baltimore, where it would be processed and released.
We have live team coverage for you this morning. Shannon Lilly will be joining us in just a few minutes with where things stand with some concerns from the hemp industry.
But we begin with Taylor Stewart with the latest on the water that could be here as soon as Thursday. Taylor, what are the latest concerns here from state and local leaders?
You know, Meg, there are plenty of concerns to talk about here. But as you said, That water could be here before the end of the week. Essentially, city leaders are asking for a reversal of this decision from Safe Harbors and the EPA. Now, all of those gallons, nearly 700,000 gallons of water, would be coming to the state for treatment at the Back River wastewater treatment plant, a plant that's already had several issues. Now, the mayor was looking for legal advice as to whether he had to discharge the water in the city, and he does have a new statement for us. Take a look at this here. He says, Clean Harbors has facilities across the country that may be better positioned to dispose of or treat the wastewater, and we urge them to explore those alternatives.
If I have to stand in front of the train to stop it, I'll do it. We need to eliminate this before it happens.
Now is simply not the time for toxic water to be brought. Even if it goes through Clean Harbors and is mitigated there, we do not want it at Back River.
Now, unless this pushback results in a change of plans, the water will be coming to the Back River treatment plant as soon as Thursday, and after treatment would be flushed into the city's waterways. So we'll keep you updated as this unfolds. That's the latest here at Fox 45 News. Taylor Stewart.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Veterans face a variety of challenges when returning to civilian life after their time in the military. In our next half hour, a local opportunity that could help employees employ these military veterans. And another dry day across the region, highs in the mid-50s for your Tuesday.
Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax letting us know when we can expect our next weather maker. 8:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Good morning and happy Tuesday. It's been a nice and pleasant start to the day, and by the afternoon, still stays pretty nice. Highs reach the upper 50s, a great day for gardening. Then tomorrow, we're reaching the low 60s, another beautiful day. We'll have a drop in temperatures on Thursday, but those numbers pick back up over the weekend. I'll let you know how high the temperatures get and when rain arrives coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. In your Session 2023 coverage, Time is ticking for lawmakers to finalize the legal marijuana framework for Marylanders ahead of the July 1st, when recreational pot becomes officially legal. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live here this morning. She's in Mount Vernon with where things stand with some concerns from the hemp industry. Shannon.
Yeah, there are several and many people, Megan, that have some concerns that are in the hemp industry that they are going to be cut out of the entire process. And these concerns are really only escalated now as a bill that is establishing the state's legal marijuana industry is now set to move through this week.
They have 90 days essentially to set up a $2 billion industry.
I believe the cannabis industry is trying to consolidate and monopolize the market.
They're cutting us out of our industry. Why not allow the existing businesses that are already selling these products to continue to sell these products under proper regulatory authority?
Well, what they're talking about is what's in the hundreds of pages of legislation, and it's a cap on the level of THC that can be in hemp-derived products. So we're talking CBD oils and balms and Delta-8, which, unlike traditional weed, doesn't get users as high. Well, they say that cap, Megan, will force the doors of their businesses closed.
So, Shannon, are we hearing from leaders on their concerns?
Yeah, so we did reach out to Senate President Bill Ferguson about these concerns, Megan, and he says that the language in the bill was written on purpose because he argues that there is a public health risk in this largely unregulated market of hemp products. Take a listen.
The default is probably less sympathetic to ongoing operations because this was never intended to be an ongoing legal product. I don't think it was ever anticipated as a product for sale at a retail establishment.
Now, meanwhile, when asked about the possibility of these small businesses being forced to close due to the regulation, Governor Moore's office issued a statement noting that the governor released $40 million to help with the upstart process for businesses, and the funding, quote, will be provided to small businesses to unleash the opportunity in communities across the state. Meanwhile, the owners that we spoke to argue that applying for a recreational pot license will not keep them afloat if they're even able to get that license at all. And again, this bill is set to move through this week, and the General Assembly session ends on April 10th. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Lamar Jackson finally breaks the silence on social media, and unfortunately for Ravens fans, the QB wants out of Baltimore. Still ahead, how this will impact the team's offseason plans moving forward. Plus, there is nothing more crucial than keeping yourself hydrated. A health expert joining us next to share more about why reusable water bottles might not be the best source of water, or at least maybe there's something we got to do. It's 8:43 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, staying hydrated is important. Adults and children alike use reusable water bottles almost every day. See them all over schools. A new study found those bottles can hold 40,000 times more bacteria than your average toilet seat. Pediatrician with Mercy Medical Center, Dr. Ashanti Woods, joins us this morning. Sorry to introduce you with that picture for our viewers, but that's exactly what it comes down to. Dr. Woods, thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Tom. How are you?
I'm doing well. This is a bottle that I bring all the time, and before I read the report and found out about it, I just put water in here. So why would I need to wash it out that much? I mean, it's just for water. I mean, we're talking weeks, even 3 to 4 weeks long, into a month before you would think about washing out a water bottle, but that's the issue, right?
That's the issue. These things are filthy. I got one here, the highlight of this study is that, we do need to wash these regularly. Because you're putting water in them, just like you said, Tom, you think that you don't have to wash it so much. But what the study highlights is that these everyday items that we use are as filthy as our sinks that we use, as our pet bowls that we use, as our computer mouse, and that there is significance in washing them daily, hot soapy water. And you want to sanitize them at least once a week, which means just put them in the dishwasher if it's compatible for a dishwasher. Put it in the dishwasher at least once a week.
Yeah, there's also, in that study, they were also talking about the straws, and there's bacteria that grows within the reusable straws. So can the bacteria cause infections or create other health issues besides, say, maybe getting you sick a little bit?
Fortunately, most of these bacteria are not pathogenic. They're not going to make us sick. They're the bacteria that live in our mouth. However, as you mentioned, if it has like a straw or multiple components to it, you can imagine that with that moisture kind of just sits there. Kid throws it around school all day. Right. In fact, it could be a petri dish, if you will, for bacteria to grow. But most of the bacteria, they're not going to get us sick. It's the bacteria that live in our mouth. However, we do want to take extra caution if we're using our water bottle when we're sick. If we're eating food, we use it when we're like eating and drinking, or if we put something other than water in our water bottle. So if we're putting coffee or juice, those would be indications to maybe wash your water bottle more than once a day, maybe twice a day.
Yeah, wash out the water bottles and chuck the toothbrush too. Dr. Ashanti Woods, pediatrician, always great to have you on, and thank you for breaking that down for us.
Thanks, Tom. Take care.
Thank you.
Yep. So when I unpack the girls' lunches, that's one thing. With water, I'd never think of washing them out.
I mean, my goodness, my son with lacrosse, we were talking about it the other day, and I said, when was the last time you washed that out? He's like, I don't know. And he throws that on the turf all over the place. And so now it's like, okay, we're going to start rinsing that out.
We're fine.
Yeah, we're
it's
fine.
good. It's going to make us tougher.
That's right.
Tell ourselves that.
Well, another cool and dry day ahead, but you may want to have to grab those umbrellas and keep them handy before some rain will be moving into the region later on this week.
Let's see what's happening out there. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax timing all of this out for us.
Well, the good news is that the rain is going to hold off for the next few days. So if you're looking to spend some time outside, it looks great at least through Friday afternoon. Right now we sit at 44 with mostly cloudy skies over Baltimore. We've got a wind chill of 41, slightly lower than that actual temperature. 30s and 40s across the state this morning, but by the afternoon, you can expect high temperatures reaching the mid to upper 50s. Then we rise to the 60s on Wednesday, and by Thursday, we have our next drop in temperatures. We're talking 53, but notice over the next 3 days, we do stay nice and dry. That changes on Friday. This afternoon, we'll have a mix of sunshine and clouds, and then overnight, there's a very slim chance for a few stray showers. Most of us will stay dry, and we'll wake up to nice and quiet weather in the morning. We'll have more sunshine by the afternoon as our temperatures rise to near 60. Then there's another chance for stray showers overnight and into very early Thursday morning, but by daybreak, we're back to nice and dry weather. By the afternoon, we'll keep sunny skies, and temperatures only reach the low 50s. That's below average for this time of year, but we've got a warm up and rain coming on Friday. That's all associated with our next weather maker. That will result in a few spotty showers starting in the afternoon, but it's the night when our rain chances increase. That rain continues into Saturday morning, and it looks like we start to dry out by the afternoon. We'll stay dry on Sunday and also on Monday. As we head into this afternoon, again, 57 for the high, 60 and mostly sunny tomorrow. Then we're looking at 53 as we head into Thursday with plenty of sunshine, 67 on Friday with a few showers, 75 on Saturday, the highest temperature of the week. But that's followed by the 50s on Sunday and then the 60s on Monday. Now it's time to look at a view through your window. This beautiful shot is coming in from Nicole Edwards, taken this morning. We had that gorgeous sunrise. And of course, you can share your view through the window. We'd like to see it. Just go to our website at foxbaltimore.com/chime-in or scan the code on your screen. Back.
Lamar Jackson finally breaking his off-season silence on Twitter, and did so just as Coach John Harbaugh met with reporters in Arizona at the annual NFL League meeting. Jackson dropping the biggest bomb of this 2 years in the making on this contract negotiations. And he wants out of Baltimore. Now, Jackson tweeted the following: as of March 2nd, I've requested a trade from the Ravens organization for which the Ravens have not been interested in meeting my value. Any and everyone that's met me or been around me knows I love the game of football, and my dream is to help a team win the Super Bowl. You all are great, but I had to make a business decision for my family and me. He says family and I. Harbaugh was not aware of the tweets when he was asked about it, though, but stuck to his message for 2 years now. He wants Jackson to be his quarterback in 2023 and beyond.
I haven't seen the tweet. It's an ongoing process. I'm following it very closely, just like everybody else is here, and looking forward to a resolution. We made a decision to go with Lamar Jackson 5 years ago, right? Why? Because we love him. We love him. We love the way he plays. We love his mindset, his charisma, his style, the way he is in the locker room. Everything about him, we love him. I love him personally. I love being the coach of the team that he's playing quarterback for.
What does this mean now for Jackson and the Ravens? What was once complicated went from messy to just downright ugly. Jackson once out doesn't mean it will happen. With the non-exclusive franchise tag, the Ravens own his rights for 2023 season. Other teams can try to get Jackson, but the Ravens do have a chance to match it or let him walk for 2 first-round draft picks. He can play this season with the Ravens under the tag, $32+ million, or they could even just do it where they pay him and he sits out.
Wow. Well, tired of binge watching the same old show? Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, a hidden feature Netflix has that can give you access to a treasure trove of TV shows and movies.
And we're here at Hopkins Plaza downtown now. On Friday, this will be transformed into a skating ring. That's right, or skating rink. That's going down Friday. We'll tell you more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
I was talking about couple skate earlier.
There you go. You know what can help us skate right into this work week?
Yes, a couple of these right here. A couple cups of coffee.
Let's do it.
Couple drinks.
It is 8:57. An antitrust lawsuit against Amazon is moving forward. A judge denying the company's efforts to have the lawsuit tossed out. Amazon is accused of punishing sellers for listing goods at lower prices on other platforms and artificially increasing the prices that consumers pay. If you are looking for something new to watch on Netflix, there could be a solution. The streaming service has a hidden menu that offers hundreds of movies and TV shows, and all you need to do to access the trove of hidden content are unique codes. The codes give subscribers access to specific genres such as irreverent TV comedies or 90-minute movies. Subscribers can enter the code into the search bar. You can find the codes at netflix-codes.com. It's like a video game. Well, have you ever decided to make a sandwich only to find your bread is moldy or stale? Stacey Bell from America Steals and Deals is here to share how one of the most trusted brands in kitchenware can help you avoid this problem.
The following segment is sponsored by Gnocchi.
We really like a sandwich at our house for a snack on the go because we're always running around, but it is the worst when you go to grab the bread and it's stale and it's moldy. This Tupperware bread saver has really helped us out with that. It's so easy to use. It's lightweight. It's got this little divider in it, so you can put the divider in, and if different people in the house like different types of bread, one goes here, the other goes here, and then you just close it, and it's going to keep your bread fresh, and that's going to save you money because you don't want to throw away money. Groceries are so expensive right now. This works because it's got this little ventilation on the top, and it's just the right amount of air. Too much air makes the bread stale, and too little is going to create mold. So this gives you just the right amount. The other thing I like about it, if you have the kids or the grandkids over, like sometimes when we have family, I like to treat us to muffins or bagels. You can put these in a separate compartment. Even if you treat yourself to the good bagels, they stay fresh right there, and you just cover it. And it's got this really sleek look, and it looks good in any kitchen, and it's really lightweight to transport. With this price that you're getting, you could buy a couple and give these to friends as a gift. Right now, we're offering 25% off the Tupperware Bread Saver. This is really a good deal. It's gonna save you money in the long run. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh, it feels like a good day, too. Thank you for joining us on this Tuesday, March 28th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We have meteorologist Jasmine Lomax standing here with us, letting us know what to expect outside.
It's going to be another gorgeous spring day. We really can't complain over the next few days. We'll have a good bit of sunshine. Temperatures not too bad, but by the weekend, unfortunately, we've got more rain arriving. 50 for the current temperature and mostly cloudy over Towson. Winds have also picked up. They're now out of the west-northwest around 10 miles per hour, so a little breezy. Across the region, we've got the 30s, 40s, and 50s. We're now one of the high spots. And as we head into the afternoon, we're going to keep that nice and warm weather, but we are looking at the chance for rain later this week. I'll let you know the timing and impacts to your weekend coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Jasmine. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network. And yeah, we are still dealing with some red, especially on the top of the Beltway there. There is an accident that we're seeing here. This is on the outer loop, and it's involving 5 vehicles now. So this is right at Charles Street, and it is backing you up. Already there's a lot of volume that goes through the Parkville area, but this is now going to make that commute even longer if you want to try and get over from 95 to 83. That's because of the 5-vehicle accident involved there. And it's causing some slowdowns in that area.
It's a cliche when people pass away, everyone says, you know, all good things. He was this, he was that, but Ernie was actually, he was a gem for the city of Baltimore.
In a city in crisis, it's been a violent few days in Baltimore. More than a dozen people shot in just 2 days last week. 3 of them died.
Now, one of those victims, 33-year-old Ernest Hall. You heard him talking about Ernie. He's the former Olympic boxer and owned a boxing gym in Mount Vernon.
We have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us with how city leaders are planning to take down a violent criminal enterprise in Baltimore.
We start off with Shannon Lilly with more on the vigil that is happening today and how friends are remembering Ernest Hall. Shannon?
I spoke to him at 10 p.m. On the night of his death, he was telling me about his contract. He was telling me about the amount. A few hours later, you know, the inevitable happened. Wrong place, the wrong time. Ernie doesn't get involved in anything.
We're going to check back in with Shannon with more on that part of the story in just a moment. We know today Maryland's Attorney General Anthony Brown will be joining Baltimore city leaders announcing the takedown of a violent criminal enterprise in the city. Law enforcement saying this group has operated like a business, dealing drugs, committing crimes from west to south Baltimore.
Taylor Stewart joining us this morning with the latest on these indictments. Taylor?
That's right. So we know that 33 people are listed in this indictment. The AG is going to come out. They're going to call this a takedown of folks who've been trafficking drugs, possibly firearms, throughout West Baltimore. Now, GVRS, as you recall, the mayor's group violence reduction strategy, their police unit led this investigation. Now, as we learn more about this takedown today, people are saying the crime numbers we're seeing, which have come down, don't actually feel that way in reality. Take a listen to this woman we spoke to just this past weekend who saw a shooting happen just off of her porch. Take a listen.
And I have grandkids. It's not even safe for them. I have to sit outside watch them play. Just make sure nothing happened to them. And it never been like that. And it shouldn't be like that now.
So obviously, still a lot of public safety concerns here. But this announcement today is set to take place at 10 o'clock. Attorney General Eric Barron will be there, and we're going to see what has come of this investigation. That's the latest. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Taylor, thank you. In a tweet, former Governor Larry Hogan is calling on lawmakers in Annapolis to do more about the violent crime, citing FOX45's reporting. The governor says with 2 weeks left in the legislative session, Marylanders and Baltimore City residents want lawmakers to focus on crime.
Several major crime-fighting bills are stuck in committee. One bill, backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, would increase penalties for some gun crimes from 3 to 5 years, making that across the board. Another would increase the reward for information leading to the arrest of a suspect in a crime worth $50,000. And the Violent Firearms Offender Act would impose stricter penalties for repeat violent offenders. It's the same bill former Governor Larry Hogan introduced multiple times before, but it always failed to pass.
We want to go back now to our coverage of 33-year-old Ernest Hall, the former Olympic boxer that we were talking about who owned the gym in Mount Vernon.
Shannon Lilly has the latest on the Vigil scheduled today. Shannon?
Yeah, and Tom, in the boxing world, he was known as Lightning Bug Ernie, and he was very much still into this sport. In fact, just behind us here, this was his gym located in Mount Vernon, where he both taught and continued to box himself. Well, you can see the balloons there. This is where friends and family will also be holding his vigil tonight. And take a look. This is a picture of Hall right here on your screen with another friend. People who knew him say he could light up a room and he would not say a bad word about anyone. He also, we're learning, had a fight lined up this past weekend, but his life was cut short. In fact, just after midnight on Thursday morning, during a random trip to the store, Hall was fatally shot in a mass shooting in West Baltimore. And we spoke with his friend and sparring partner and also lawyer who says Hall called him just hours before his death, and that would be the last time they'd talk.
I spoke to him at 10 p.m. on the night of his death. He was telling me about his contract. He was telling me about the amount. A few hours later, you know, the inevitable happened. Wrong place, the wrong time. Ernie doesn't get involved in anything.
Now, we are told that Hall leaves behind 3 children who are now just trying to pick up the pieces. Metro Crime Stoppers are offering an $8,000 reward for any information about the person responsible for his death. And you can submit a tip by calling the number right here at the bottom of your screen. That is 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. In the meantime, tonight's vigil will be happening right here at the Lightning Quick Fit. It's in Mount Vernon, and it'll take place at 6:30 this evening. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, FOX45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Top U.S. banking regulators will head to Capitol Hill today, where they'll be questioned about the second largest bank collapse in U.S. history.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell live on Capitol Hill this morning with what to expect. Christine, we've already have a preview, though, of what they're about to say.
Yeah, that's right, Tom and Megan. They've submitted their opening statements, and I want to focus on what Michael Barr, Vice Chairman for Supervision at the Federal Reserve, plans to say. That SVB failed because the bank's management did not effectively manage its interest rate and liquidity risk. And then, of course, they suffered a devastating and unexpected run by uninsured depositors in a period of less than 24 hours. In other words, in terms of who's at fault, he plans to blame the bank here. Now, there's going to be a lot of other questions as well, the role of social media. I think really the other main focus, though, is going to be the role of regulation. We've since learned that the CEO of Silicon Valley Bank actually lobbied the government to relax some of the regulatory rules under Dodd-Frank, calling itself a smaller bank with minimal risk. Some of those provisions were, in fact, rolled back by former President Donald Trump. I think a lot of questions today, but the most important will be what changes lawmakers here are willing to make to hold the banks accountable and to try to prevent similar incidents in the future. Tom and Megan.
Well, Christine, while we see what happens on Capitol Hill, Vice President Kamala Harris, meantime, in Africa this week, talking with leaders there in hopes of convincing some countries there to change course. What is the goal there?
The goal is to try to counter the influence of China and Russia in the region, and that influence runs deep. Vice President Kamala Harris traveling to Ghana, Tanzania, and Zambia this week. The reality is, though, China has invested billions of dollars in these countries as part of their Belt and Road initiative. That includes loans, major development. Here's an example. Tanzania recently signed a $2.2 billion railway deal with China. So what is China getting in return? Well, they're getting access to so many of Africa's natural resources like oil and gas, copper, uranium, not to mention, interest on the debt and political influence and support. So the United States, they're pretty late to the game, but this visit shows they're going to try to compete. Kamala Harris announced $100 million in new support for several countries in the region to help out with security and development. This follows a summit back in December in which President Biden announced a $5 billion commitment to continue over the next 3 years in hopes of sort of rerouting the influences here.
Well, live on Capitol Hill, Sinclair's political correspondent Christine Frizzell. Thank you.
All right, it's 9:09. Time to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax says the pop of color on her dress. And with Megan here, you guys look great. You look like spring.
Yeah, I mean, we're matching the weather. It certainly feels like spring outside. Our temperature is already at 50 over Towson. We do have mostly cloudy skies, but we'll have a little more sunshine this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 40s and now the 50s across the state. We still have 30s in western Maryland, but we're in for a very nice day. Over the next few hours, our temperatures will go from the 40s to the mid to upper 50s. That's keeping us close to average for this time of year. If you plan on going for a walk or run, it looks great, but you want to do that over the next few days. We've got rain coming into the forecast late this week. I'll let you know the timing and impacts to your plans coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. A first look inside the renovated CFG Bank Arena.
As the facility inches closer to completing its upgrades, organizers say the improvements will not only be a great change for fans, but also the entire city.
Baltimore will finally have, I argued this before, we were an A market, now we have an A building.
Ooh, the arena's operators say the improved concessions, seating, and overall upgrades will allow them to book more high-profile music artists and shows, all in an effort to make Baltimore a premier entertainment destination.
The work expected to be complete April 7th. The first artist is set to perform there at the CFG, the boss, Bruce Springsteen.
That'll be a good one.
Cannot afford the risk of further contamination.
Well, Baltimore has been chosen to treat toxic wastewater from last month's train derailment in Ohio, just ahead the concerned city leaders have about the toxins.
And Marylanders voted to legalize recreational marijuana, just ahead the concerns now some have from the hemp industry. 9/11's the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Well, in February, the U.S. veteran unemployment rate was 2.5%. That's actually down from 3.1 last year. After coming home from service, many veterans face difficulties transitioning back into civilian life. DAV and the recruit military are changing the stats by hosting a job fair to get veterans in the workforce. Recruit Military's Senior Vice President Chris Stevens joining us to share more about this upcoming job fair. Good morning, Chris.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me today.
Yeah, sure. So tell us about the importance of Recruit Military and why it's important to get veterans back in the force.
Yeah, you bet. As you mentioned earlier, the unemployment rate's gone down since this time last year. And that's just a testament to corporate America, understanding the value that a military veteran and spouse could bring to the workforce. So we're out on the streets. I can tell you we're doing over 100 job fairs this year. We're going to, as you know, I'm going to be on Thursday at FedEx Field, this coming Thursday from 11 to 3 at FedEx Field for that Recruit Military and DAV job fair. It's absolutely free for all military veterans and spouses.
Oh, that's incredible. Okay, so free for them. What do we need to bring? What does a veteran need to bring besides military ID? Do they need to have anything else?
They don't even need to have that. No, because they can register at Recruit Military, one word, recruitmilitary.com. They can pre-register, or maybe they don't have time for that. They can walk in. We'll get them registered in less than 30 seconds. They don't need an ID. They just need to come with a firm handshake and a smile and dress for success. We'll take care of the rest.
Dress for success. And then could there be some job offers that same day?
You bet. There's over 50 companies that are going to be there. And if they find somebody that's outstanding for an opportunity there, they might take them behind their curtain, right behind their table, and interview them and possibly make them an offer on the spot. With this many companies, we expect somewhere in the vicinity of about 125, 130 job offers that come from this event.
Oh, Chris, what about, though, how much time do you think? I mean, going through with 50 different vendors there, how much time should they allot to be able to kind of say, okay, I did the event, I put my name out there, I shook a lot of hands. What do you think?
That's a great question. And we explain that to all the veterans and the spouses that come in, because some of them only want to sharpshoot 2 or 3 companies, But what we tell them is a hidden job market out there. So they might talk to a company, they might talk to a government contract and they're an HR background. Well, guess what? That government contract has HR background. HR opportunity. So we tell them to get out there and shake hands and meet every company. So to answer your question, you're talking about a good couple hours.
Okay.
They need to spend there at least 2 hours or so.
All right, sounds good. And then, of course, you were just talking about the registration. I'll ask you to repeat that again. But if you can't make it to D.C., if you can't make it to this event, is there an event that's happening a little bit closer to Baltimore?
There is. On May 18th, we're going to be at MT&T Stadium as well. I'll be up there running that event. Once again, that's on a Thursday, May 18th. And to register for that one or any one of our job fairs, it's real simple. Just recruitmilitary.com. One word, Recruit Military.
Chris Stevens, thank you so much with Recruit Military. We really appreciate it and look forward to both of these events.
Thank you. Thanks for having me today. Take care.
You too.
Well, it's 9:17 here on a Tuesday morning. Time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have Jasmine Lomax. And Jasmine, the shot behind you actually kind of looks a little like there's a haze.
That. Yeah, it does look like that, and it is a little cloudy to start this morning, but as we head into the afternoon, we'll see these conditions improve and more sunshine is going to appear. 50 for the current temperature, so it doesn't feel too bad. It is a little breezy with winds out of the west-northwest around 10 miles per hour. We're seeing numbers in the 40s and 50s across the state, 50 also in Annapolis. We've got a couple spots at 46, Westminster and Bel Air. Otherwise, not too bad of a start to the day. By the afternoon, you can expect these numbers rising to the mid to upper 50s for most of us, and that's going to keep us close to average for this time of year. We'll have a few more days to enjoy before our next weather maker arrives. That's coming late this week, leading to the chance for rain over the weekend. We are, however, talking a big warm up in our temperatures. Even though we are looking at rain, we're looking at the highest temperatures of the week on Friday and again on Saturday. This afternoon, we'll have a mix of sunshine and clouds. Then as we head into the night, we'll stay mostly dry, but there could be a couple of very stray showers. We'll wake up to nice and dry weather tomorrow morning around 7 a.m. Temperatures start in the 30s and 40s before reaching the 50s and the 60s by the afternoon. We'll have plenty of sunshine, and then a cool down will follow. We'll have a few isolated showers overnight as a cold front moves across the state. Then we start off with temperatures once again in the 30s. By the afternoon, those numbers only reach the low 50s, and that's below average for this time of year. We'll have plenty of sunshine and we stay dry until we get to Friday afternoon. That's when that next weather maker arrives, leading to the chance for a few spotty showers for the afternoon. Overnight, rain chances increase and that rain continues into Saturday morning. But the good news is by the afternoon, we start to dry out. We'll stay dry on Sunday, looking at a great end to the weekend. And then as we head into the upcoming work week, we're also starting with dry weather. 57 for the high temperature with partly cloudy skies and wind gusts up to 20 miles per hour. It'll be a nice and pleasant spring day, great for yard work. This is followed by 60 on Wednesday. Then we've got that drop in temperatures following the cold front. 53 on Thursday with plenty of sunshine, 67 and warmer on Friday, and then the highest temperatures of the week come on Saturday. We start with morning rain, then we start to dry out and we reach 75 by the afternoon. Expect another drop in temperatures on Sunday. We're looking at highs around 58 and close to average. Then we're back to the 60s on Monday. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, a live look now at some of our Beltway cameras out there. No major incidents. We've got some cars out there, but we're moving just fine. Give yourself some extra time on the Beltway. We have a little more volume there, but again, no major issues.
With spring break just around the corner and the economy not the best, why not plan to take a staycation just ahead? The fun games and activities to build memories with your kids right from the comfort of your home.
Getting ready for spring break skate. Going to have a great weekend. And it's going down right here at Hopkins Plaza. We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
9:24, and it's so Baltimore. Have fun right here at home for your spring break.
The Downtown Partnership of Baltimore presents Spring Break Skate. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with more on this. How's it going, Mark?
It's going great. Susan's going to run down all the activities. Susan, we're excited. We're going to have a beautiful weekend.
We are. I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to be here all weekend long. So starting on Friday, Saturday all day, Sunday, we have some family skates. We also have some discounted family rates early on Monday and college night on Tuesday. We'll be partnering up with the Pride Center of Maryland on Wednesday to do a little give back to them. $2 of each admission price goes back to them. And then we'll have some really great things later in the week. O's night, 80s night.
80s night, yes.
Night.
80s, baby.
And a ladies' night, too.
Wait,
actually.
not 80s night, ladies' night.
And then we also do have resident rates. So if you are a downtown resident and you're not on our email newsletter, you're going to miss out on that special discount.
So get on that newsletter.
Absolutely. So we have lots of stuff going on. Food trucks will be here. Of course, a roller skating rink right here around the fountain. And we will be here all week.
That's right. So again, this area around here will be transformed into a skating rink, couple skate, bunny skate. You guys don't know about this stuff. With the couple skate, the speed skate, all that stuff is going down right here downtown with Downtown Partnership. A great time. And a great time to hang out with the kids as they celebrate the spring break from college and from school. Everybody.
Mark,
it's going to be fun.
I think you should demonstrate the bunny skate for us.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
See, we'll have to come back because we don't have the skates out here.
All right. But Friday morning, we'll be checking you out there on the concrete, bunny skating.
There you go.
Sounds good.
We need to get little knee pads for him.
That's right. Thanks, Mom. It's funny. I don't want to ask him.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mark. For more information about watching Mark bunny skate, you can go to our website, fox45.com/newslinks.
Concern from the hemp industry as a bill moves through the legislature. Just ahead, why some small business owners feel they are being cut out of the process.
That water from the contaminated spill in Ohio is set to be in this state as soon as this Thursday. The pushback from lawmakers and the new statement from the mayor just ahead.
Well, today's number of the day is all about America. 88% of voters say they will admit the United States is not a perfect nation. However, that same number also says that it is still good to be an American patriot, despite the country's flaws. A recent Scott Rasmussen national survey finds that this sentiment had broad support across age, gender, race, income level, education, background, and political party. In fact, 90% of Republicans and 84% of Democrats agree with this prompt. Only 10% of voters disagreed. 9:27 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Tuesday, March 28th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it feels like it's going to be a great day to get a lot done, or at least have the kids after school get out there and get all the yard work done.
That's
right?
my thought exactly. That's the plan. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax with how that's going to play out.
No matter who's going to be outside, it looks like it's going to be another great spring day with temperatures close to average. Not a bad start to the morning here and around the region. We're seeing temperatures in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Here in Baltimore, we sit at 50 degrees, so not too bad for us this morning. We are starting off nice and dry as well. You'll notice a few areas of rain in parts of Pennsylvania. We have those showers clear out of New England, but for us, the rain stays away and you'll be able to enjoy the afternoon. As we head into the afternoon, our temperatures reach the mid to upper 50s, keeping us close to average. The numbers stay pretty nice for the next few days, but then we've got rain this weekend. I'll let you know the timing coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here and looking at some drive times. 95 to 83. We showed you that earlier. There was a 5-vehicle accident between Parkville and Towson. That slowed you down. The traffic is moving, so some good news there, but you still need to add some time to your morning commute if you're getting out at 9:31. In your session 2023 coverage, we're following multiple stories on the current legislative session in Annapolis.
With marijuana legalization around the corner, lawmakers are still finalizing the framework that will determine how it can be sold.
Now, there is bipartisan pushback against a new plan that would bring wastewater from Ohio's train derailment to Baltimore, where it would be processed and then released. We have live team coverage this morning. Jen Lilly will be joining us in just a few minutes with where things stand with some concerns from the hemp industry.
But we begin with Taylor Stewart with the latest on the water that could be here as soon as Thursday. Taylor, what are the latest concerns from state and local leaders?
Look, they just say they want this decision reversed. They're asking safe harbors and the EPA to consider basically changing their mind about having the water come right here in Baltimore. Several reasons why, but one of those reasons is the Back River wastewater treatment facility. They say there's been issues there in the past. We all are familiar with the state takeover that happened just last year. But now it seems like there's more pushback, even from the mayor. Take a look. He released a statement saying Clean Harbor has facilities across the country that may be better positioned to dispose of the treated wastewater, and we urge them to explore those alternatives. Now, unless this pushback results in a change of plans, an estimated 700,000 gallons of contaminated water could soon head its way here, possibly as soon as Thursday. And after treatment, it'd be flushed right back into Baltimore's sewer.
If I have to stand in front of the train to stop it, I'll do it. We need to eliminate this before it happens.
Now is simply not the time for toxic water to be brought. Even if it goes through Clean Harbors and is mitigated there, we do not want it at Back River.
That was Councilman Z. Cohen who introduced this resolution, but I got to tell you, you have bipartisan support from both sides in City Council to stop this from moving forward. We'll let you know what happens, though. That's the latest here. Fox 45 News, Good Day Baltimore, Taylor Stewart.
Thank you, Taylor. The Baltimore City delegation also questioning the wastewater transfer. Now, 3 members sent a letter to the Maryland Department of the Environment asking for more information about this plan. Congressman Kwesi Nfume also urging the EPA to withdraw this plan. In a letter that he writes, he's concerned the contaminated water would, quote, overly burden the Back River wastewater treatment plant, given its well-documented failures. He goes on to write, it would be dangerous for the Baltimore area.
River wastewater treatment plant is not the only place where DPW has failed. A Fox 45 News investigation found DPW waited hours to properly inform the public about an E. coli water contamination. That was back in September. Just last week, we learned the State Department of the Environment found DPW violated federal regulations for notifying the public. DPW has also faced some criticism over its rolled back recycling services. We know the city hasn't picked up recycling on a regular basis for about a year, citing some staffing constraints and equipment problems. Plus, DPW Director Jason Mitchell, we know he is stepping down. He recently delayed his resignation, though, until June 30th, after originally announcing that he would be stepping down in April. We want to hear from you. Do Do you trust DPW's Back River plant to safely handle toxic water from Ohio? So far, 99% of voters say no. You can weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
9:34 now, and time is ticking for lawmakers to finalize the legal marijuana framework for Marylanders ahead of July 1st, when recreational marijuana officially becomes legal. Shannon Lilly is joining us from Mount Vernon this morning with where things stand, with some concerns now from the hemp industry. Shannon.
Yeah, there are some big concerns, Tom, from some people in the hemp industry that they're going to be cut out of this entire process. And those concerns are just the more heightened now as the bill that's going to establish the state's legal marijuana industry is set to move through this week.
They have 90 days essentially to set up a $2 billion industry.
I believe the cannabis industry is trying to consolidate and monopolize the market.
They're cutting us out of our industry. Why not allow the existing businesses that are already selling these products to continue to sell these products under proper regulatory authority?
So what they're talking about is what's in the hundreds of pages of legislation, and that's a cap on the level of THC that can be in hemp-derived products. So products like CBD oils and balms and Delta-8, which, unlike traditional weed, doesn't get users as high. Well, they say that cap, guys, is going to make it so that they have to close the doors of their businesses.
So, Shannon, are we hearing from leaders on their concerns?
We are. In fact, we heard from Senate President Bill Ferguson, who says that the language in the bill was written on purpose. In fact, he argues that this is a public health risk relating to the largely unregulated market of hemp products. Take a listen.
The default is probably less sympathetic to ongoing operations because this was never intended to be an ongoing legal product. I don't think it was ever anticipated as a product for sale at a retail establishment.
Now, meanwhile, when asked about the possibility of these small businesses being forced to close due to the regulation, Governor Moore's office issued a statement noting the governor released $40 million to help with the upstart process for businesses, and the funding, quote, will be provided to small businesses to unleash the opportunity in communities across the state. Meanwhile, those owners that we spoke to argue that applying for a recreational pot license likely will not help them stay afloat if they can even get that license at all. So once again, this bill is moving through this week. It's expected to, and the General Assembly session ends on April 10th. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. A Senate committee has 2 weeks to decide on Governor Wes Moore's pick to lead the Maryland State Police. They did not vote on Lieutenant Colonel Roland Butler during a hearing yesterday. Butler faced questions about several problems in the department as a whole, including civil rights concerns that arose while Butler was with the Maryland State Police.
They need to know at the local level, whether it's the police chiefs, the county sheriffs, or the rank and file, that you've got the ear of the governor and you'll have those tough conversations with the governor.
When it comes to public safety, there is no such thing as a conversation is too tough to have. As the superintendent of the state police, when concerns are brought to me that need to go to the governor, I will make those concerns known to the governor without hesitation.
Well, there are also questions about the timeline of Butler's nomination. We don't know when Governor Moore started talking with Butler about this job. And that's important because state law requires a cooling off period between retirement and then coming back to work in order to receive a pension. You can find more on the questions surrounding Roland Butler right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, coming up in Philadelphia, there are looming questions about the safety of the drinking water after a chemical spill. The timeline the city is laying out as people scramble to buy bottled water.
Highs will be in the 50s today. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax letting us know if we will stay dry for the rest of the week. 9:39. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:41 from our live center. Right now, there are millions of people in Philadelphia still not sure if it is safe to drink the water this morning. But check it out. Here is the latest here. The city saying it is safe, and it will be at least until 3:30 this afternoon, following that chemical spill at a plant upstream of the city's water intake. Happened on Friday. Many residents, though, still feeling a little unsure. Area stores certainly seeing that uncertainty. Bottled water, look at that, just flying off store shelves faster than it can be restocked. This map, we're going to pull this up for you here. You see in orange right there, those are all the people, the majority of Philadelphia, that are potentially impacted by this. Again, the concern comes after a water-based latex finishing solution spilled into a creek that feeds into the Delaware River, which serves as part of the city's water source for millions of residents. Although officials say it is non-toxic to humans, they are urging people to stock up on 3 days of water just in case. We are told at least 40 water tests have been conducted since this spill. So far, all of them came back negative, but the chemical plume is not expected to clear the city's water intake until tomorrow or even Thursday. Again, for now, things are safe until at least 3:30 this afternoon. Then more tests will happen. That's the latest from our live center.
Bring the fun right to your home. Coming up after the break, the things you can do for a spring break staycation. And Lamar Jackson speaks out on social media as he says he wants out of Baltimore. Just ahead, what this means moving forward for the Ravens. 9:43, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It's 9:45. Trending now, spring break is coming up soon for so many families. And while you might not be going on a big vacation, you can bring the fun and all the activities to your home. Senior editor with the Toy Insider, James Zahn, is sharing how we can make spring break a fun staycation. James, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
And of course, it's a new season, and there are tons of new toys that families are going to dig.
Let's get right to it. You're going to show us some of those toys, where we can find them, how they work. Let's get to it.
All right, let's roll with something big for the bigger kids. We've got the Droid Blipper. There's one sitting on the ground here next to me. This is an e-bike for kids ages 13 and up. It goes up to 12.5 miles per hour. It is an EV, so you plug it in at home. Tons of fun for the older kids.
That is awesome. That gets them outside and enjoying some of the nice spring weather.
Yes, exactly. Now, say you want to play inside, we're going to go classic here. Matchbox cars. It is the 70th anniversary of Matchbox from Mattel. This right here is the Action Drivers Super Clean Car Wash.
Oh, and there's sounds.
It comes
Come on,
with
James.
yes, sounds, lights, comes with a cool Corvette, which I think I dropped off of here, but the car runs through here. Lots of fun,
And
imaginative
they can
play.
Play with that, learn how to wash cars, and we can take them outside and have them wash our cars. I like this.
Yes, it's all about teaching.
Yes.
And of course, how about the LOL surprise dolls? These have been a phenomenon the last few years.
Yeah.
Well, this year, they're getting a sunshine makeover in time for spring break. These are actually sun reactive, so kids can play with their dolls either outside or inside next to a window, and the sunlight is actually going to change the doll's hair and clothes.
Oh my
It is a
gosh.
sunshine makeover.
My girls are screaming at home right now for that. I had never heard of that before. All right, what else do you have? I'm going to try to move past it and get their attention somewhere else.
All right. John Deere Kids, this is the Bubble and Go mower from Sunny Days Entertainment. Classic bubble action while the kids are going to roll this around and check this out.
Yes.
They're rolling through the yard and the bubbles, they are a-blowing.
James, I had one of those as a kid. This one looks a little revamped and a little newer, but I remember that.
100%. My girls had them. I might have even had one too. And then, if you're gonna go big at home, well, the folks at Flybar have something called the Flybar Fun Park. Now, I've got one of the smaller boxed items in here. This is an inflatable ring toss that you can put out in your yard, but they also have a giant-sized skee ball game that the whole neighborhood can crowd around and play. And they have a racer bumper car that goes 3 miles an hour. Get a couple of those and have the kids do some bumper car action outside. Get them playing inside or outside, rain or shine, all good.
And these are fun gifts that aren't going to break the bank. It's an investment, but yet it's something to do at home and keep the kids happy and fun and enjoying time outside.
100%. You can't go wrong with some of these classic play items that have been revamped.
Pretty cool. Well, thank you, James, very much. Happy spring break.
Happy spring.
Now we just need the weather to cooperate.
That's right. Especially that lawnmower. Get them started on that.
Remember
and then
that?
get them out this week. Yeah, the bubbles would go.
Mine was red and black.
Oh, nice.
I used to go with my dad as he mowed the lawn.
We used to have that other one that was real, when you were real little, you push it and they pop up and all the things would pop
yeah,
up.
yeah.
Really loud.
I know that too.
That one seemed to break quickly in our house when I was little.
Made loud noise.
It did, yeah. In fact, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, come on, let's go back, all right? Well, I may have you beat by a couple decades, but what's your favorite child toy?
I think the one that you mentioned, Tom, I think I actually had that too, so I like that one.
Uh-huh.
That was a lot of fun.
It's loud.
But
I'm remembering it as a mom now.
Yes, yeah, that's the way I am too.
Well, it's a perfect afternoon. It will be a perfect afternoon for playing with any of those toys outside. We're in for a gorgeous day ahead of us, and really the next few days stay that way. But then our weather maker arrives late this week, and that could lead to some rain for your weekend plans. 50 for the current temperature and mostly cloudy over Baltimore. Our winds are out of the west-northwest around 10 miles per hour, so it's just a little breezy. We're seeing numbers in the 40s and the 50s across the state. And this afternoon, we're headed to 57. That's close to average. We'll see the numbers rise tomorrow, 60 for the high, and then the numbers fall on Thursday, 53. Notice we stay dry over the next 3 days. That comes to an end, though. We are talking a medium-high pollen count today and tomorrow, but as that cold front moves in and we have those cooler temperatures, on Thursday, we also have a slightly lower pollen count. Notice by the afternoon, a mix of sunshine and clouds and temperatures in the 50s and in the 60s. will stay mostly dry overnight with just a slight chance for isolated showers. That'll be followed by a dry start to the day tomorrow. You're looking at a quiet commute. Then into the afternoon, expect plenty of sunshine, and our temperatures mainly in the 50s and 60s. We'll stay dry again on Thursday. Temperatures around 53. That's followed by our next chance for rain coming on Friday, 67. 75 with morning rain on Saturday. Then we're looking at the 50s on Sunday and the 60s on Monday. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Trending right now, Baltimore Ravens Lamar Jackson contract saga continues.
So Jackson broke his offseason silence on Twitter with a series of tweets to set the record straight from his perspective.
Jackson drops this big bombshell in his contract negotiations. He wants out of Baltimore. According to number 8, he asked the Ravens for a trade March 2nd. That's 5 days before they placed the non-exclusive franchise tag on him. As Jackson was tweeting out the news, he did it while head coach John Harbaugh was sitting down with reporters at the annual NFL meeting and had this to say.
We made a decision to go with Lamar Jackson 5 years ago, right? Why? Because we love him. We love him. We love the way he plays. We love his mindset, his charisma, his style, the way he's in the locker room. Everything about him, we love him. I love him personally. I love being the coach of the team that he's playing quarterback for.
Well, that brings us back to the question of the day. Who do you blame for the breakdown in negotiations over Lamar Jackson's Ravens future? Lamar Jackson, the team, or both? So far, as you see at the bottom right there, 91% of voters have responded saying that it's Lamar Jackson to blame. You can head right now over to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Polls tab to weigh in.
Another nice day in the 50s. Things will get even warmer tomorrow, but a temperature drop is heading our way. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax letting us know when we need the coats again and if cooler temperatures are sticking around for the weekend. She's got all of that for us. 9:53 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Right now, you're taking a look over Baltimore, and not too bad this morning. Our temperature is starting off in the 50s. We're heading to the upper 50s this afternoon, and then tomorrow, 60, plenty of sunshine. 53, a little cooler on Thursday, but then we've got a nice warm up as we head into the weekend. 67 with afternoon showers on Friday. Rain continues overnight and into Saturday morning, but by the afternoon we dry out. 75 for the high temperature. Woo. Then we drop to the 50s on Sunday. We'll stay nice and sunny. 67 on Monday, and then as we move forward, 60s and 70s, and really starting to feel like late spring.
It is. It's the lows, too. You know, they start going up into the 50s.
Almost planting season.
That's right.
We're getting closer.
Have a great day.